got to meet. Is that confusing? You know how tech guys, you guys are always very serious. I need to break all of this down, right? So, is that confusing? You would have to stand up, right? And meet two people. And in meeting them, find out their name, their organization, they're from, to find out why they're here, find out something interesting about them. It could be the food that they like. But in finding out why they're here, I want you to get the connection between you two. We are all connected one way or the other. You could be connected because you like Apple, whatever it is. Let's get that. And I will call two, three of us out to introduce the other person that they got to meet. Okay, can we have some music while this is happening in the next 5 minutes? Please rise from your seats. Remember, I said we're going to have fun. So you can't go across the continent to the other side and meet someone, right? You would have to stand up. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No sitting. So connect. If you're in the middle part, please go somewhere else. Go to London. Go to Johannesburg. Yeah. Let's connect. Let's connect. No, you can't stay here. You have to move. Okay. For those of us in front, we could go all the way to the back. Thank you. Mingle. Okay, the instruction was to stand up. There's a reason why we're doing this. You can't stay where you are, please. It's not to make you comfortable, but it's to get us to understand other people. You know, you don't know yourselves, right? But you're already in the same place. Can I get you to meet someone? Can I get you to meet someone? Okay, great. Okay. 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 And it's you also need someone that you have not met before, please. Someone you've not met before. So this is United Kingdom, that's Johannesburg, and this is Nigeria. So travel. Oh, oh God. Can you meet me now? Okay. Hi.
I love to research. That's one thing interesting
Research.
about me.
Okay. One interesting thing about you love to
I
research.
love to research. I love
Okay.
to divert into new things. I love to get challenge myself.
Yes. Okay, great.
So,
Thank you.
what is the thing
Interesting about me.
interesting about you?
Yeah, I told
Apart,
Oh yeah, that's probably the one thing I just forget I told you.
I feel you're spontaneous.
Yeah.
You kind of, will I say, taking the risk of what will happen if,
Okay, well, I guess.
yeah. It's nice meeting
Nice
you,
to meet you,
Angie.
Angela.
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 Okay, full name, no.
Angela.
Yes. Yes, I'm also like that. I don't like nicknames. Just call my
Yes,
full name.
Angela.
Angela. Nice to meet
Actually, that could be connected.
you. Yeah, I really do like that's why I said Angie, and when you said Angela,
Okay, so I can still see the discussions happening, and that's great. The more people we're able to meet, you'll be surprised how we'll get to connect with each other, right? So please keep at it. We've got 1 more minute to go. So for those of us still speaking, let's start to wrap it up. So if you moved from the UK to Nigeria or to Johannesburg, yeah, this is Johannesburg. This is Nigeria, and this is United Kingdom. Yeah, so I was saying move from United Kingdom and have a conversation with someone else. Okay. Can I also have another microphone? Thank you. Okay. Right. So let's wrap up the conversation and we'll do this. So I will be introducing, well, not introducing, I will pick anyone randomly. And hopefully, when you're coming out to introduce to me the other wonderful person you met, tell me if you had to travel all the way to the other continent, right? So, for the purpose of what I'm doing right now, well, we could say this is South Africa. I've been calling it Johannesburg. This is Nigeria and this is United Kingdom, right? So if you met someone, you would say, I had to travel all the way to United Kingdom to meet this person and this person's name, and this is how we connected and everything. Are we good? Right? Okay, so who am I going to call out? The gentleman there, yes, with the hat. Yes, you please. Yes, please. So come out, tell us who you met, and you can actually bring them over here and let us know.
Okay. My name is Ahmed from University of Ibadan. I met Inyene from NITDA.
Okay, can we get you to climb up the
Okay.
stage? Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Ahmed from University of Ibadan. I met Inyene from NITDA.
Ian, where are you?
Where is he? Yeah.
You still stayed in Nigeria. Okay.
Okay. I also met Favor from Signal Alliance. And funny enough, Snego and I attended the same university.
Did you know that before?
No.
See? Great.
And funny enough,
Where's
this Favor.
Flavor?
Favor. Not Favor.
I'm sorry.
So while we were talking, I started mentioning some of his lecturers, and it was like, wow, we said, when you talk to, just tell them you met Favor. So
fantastic. So more information about, is there anything else you'd like to say about?
Yeah, Favor really surprised me when he told me that their company won Microsoft Partner of the Year for 2023.
Okay, great, awesome.
And also the last NASG, National Economic Summit group that happened at Transcorp, that they partner with, they were like the host for that program.
You see? Okay, so that means you went from Nigeria all the way to United Kingdom, and then you stayed in Nigeria as well to me. Thank you so much for that introduction there. Okay, so I will pick you, the lady with the green outfit. You look like you're in Nigeria. Sorry, you have to speak. Please come on. Come on. Nice jersey as well. You're all right. You want me to speak someone else? You're sure? Okay, I'll leave that. Why is everyone dropping and looking at me and not smiling? You! Please come up on the stage, tell us who you met, right? If you want to bring them up, that's fine.
Good morning, everyone. I had it in me that she was coming to call me. My name is Adeze. I met my namesake, Esther. She's over there.
This is the first time you're meeting each other?
Yes.
Great.
She's a data analyst. And I reunited with my primary school classmate, Sandra. Also, I met Johnson. He's here to learn AI, and he's a videographer from Nigeria. I traveled down to Nigeria.
You traveled out, go on.
Yeah, and there's one more person I met. Who? Elizabeth. Yes. She's in Nigeria also. Seems I love my country so much. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. Okay, so because of time, and I'm sure that would also get the chance to still chat with each other during our breakout sessions or other networking times, I have to continue with the program. So I am going to be introducing for a proper welcome address on this event, and that would be Collins Ajonye and Tabitha Harris to give us a welcome address and tell us why we are here. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. First of all, I'm just trying to release some of the some of the tension, trying to put the whole event together and everything. But it's really amazing to see you all show up. It's been a very interesting ride, but officially, our journey into tech, started in 2019, officially, and it was in an event like this. It was an MCT event that we attended. Tabitha invited me. I was very hesitant at then, but eventually I agreed, and that has literally set the pace of the trajectory, my trajectory, her trajectory in tech, and a lot of amazing things, which she's also going to speak on, has happened after that. So I just want to encourage you. The theme is basically the future of tech and business, which is a very interesting subject. At the moment, we see all the transformation that the future tech is bringing to Africa, is bringing to the world. Last year, most of us know what happened with ChatGPT, right? ChatGPT has gone mainstream and it is doing so much. It is doing so much, it's transforming a lot of people's businesses. So we had to put this event together because we knew that it was key for business owners, tech enthusiasts to kind of come together, have conversations about how we can leverage these new technologies to drive our businesses. So I'm just going to pass it on to Tebita, and then perhaps she passes it back to me just to speak a little bit about the impact that an event like this has created for us. So once again, you're all welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tabitha Harris, just like Colin said, and you're all welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming here. I want to, just like Colin said, 2019, we saw an event, Microsoft West African Bootcamp, and we decided to attend. Oh, this is cool. Like we've known, okay, Google and others. So what about Microsoft? Like, let's come on here. And amazingly, where I was overwhelmed all through, I saw a lot of products, a lot of things Microsoft could do, but we noticed a gap. Like all the people that came to Abuja, all of them were in Lagos, everything was happening in the south, and we were like, what about the north? What's going on in the north? Like we need to start this in the north. And I'm happy for the facilitators and everything. We came together and we started that conversation. In 2021, um, then we decided to join our brands together, Go Vatra Africa and Heroes Care International. We started Techpreneurs Ignite in 2021, which we said, okay, if we're going to do it, why not let's go back to our state, let's start from home. Let's start the pilot stay from home. So the whole idea was to run a Techpreneurs Ignite with Microsoft. We run 4 days boot camp where we bring in Microsoft, and most valued professionals, Microsoft certified trainers, and we train people. Then we establish a community and we build it up. So when we did that in Plateau State, fortunately, Govatra had its physical office there. We decided to use 1 year and groom the people that showed interest. That's what we did. Then last year, we're also opportune to have Frucom iLab, where they partner with us to run the 2.0. And after that, we also established the Microsoft community in Abuja. Now, interestingly, during the bootcamp in 2021, they were like, okay, what would the next bootcamp be? We were like, no, let them bring it to Joe, let them bring it to the north, we can handle it. And then there's a lot of talk. But then at the end of the day, based on so much success stories that have come from northern Nigeria, they decided why not handle this so that I can tell more of your success stories. So now, I'm just going to just say the key things that happened. Out of in these last 2 years, we've been able to have the first Microsoft most valuable professional in northern Nigeria, which happens to be myself. Then also we had 9 Microsoft Learn student ambassadors. And interestingly, one of them is the visually impaired person, he was born blind. After he joined the community, 2 months later, he created an amazing solution that he got recognition from Microsoft, and he became a Microsoft Lens Amber. He's really doing a lot. Then, aside from that, just yesterday, they concluded Microsoft Certified Trainer. We just had our first Microsoft Certified Trainer too in northern Nigeria. And among that, there's so many testimonies. So that's why we're like, okay, fine, why not let's put this event together? Let people get to know about all what we've been doing, and also the advantage they can leverage on this Microsoft product. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Just to give a big thanks to Pastor Shola and his wife. Thank you so much for supporting the tech ecosystem in Abuja, in the north. We really appreciate this. We don't take it for granted. Thank you. And thank you all for showing up. Thank you for coming. I'll just pass it on to. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, a round of applause for them. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so to bring on the stage for a welcome address and also a keynote address, we'll be introducing the CEO of Fulcrum iLab, and that is Shola Adesoye, to come on the stage to speak with us. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to have you all here this morning to be a part of a life-changing experience, truly transformational event, what we call an experiment in many ways, but we've actually moved beyond an experiment in taking this leap of faith and hosting every one of you that have come from both this local environment and for those who have come from outside this local environment as well, and those who are joining us through the different streaming platforms that we have. I just want to welcome you and to let you know that you are in the right place for this time. And I'm sure that you will truly be impacted by knowledge, and many of you are going to find direction here. During the initial warm-up session as coordinated by Angela, it was a pleasure to meet Yakubu, who's from NIDA, and I'm sure he's going to be introduced a little while later. And these are key drivers of the tech space today, especially when it comes to policy and when it comes to Nigeria and young people especially. Maybe I'll ask this question. How many of you are aware of the strides that have been made by the government in recent times, especially when it comes to technology? Fantastic. It's good to see that many people are aware. And I think it's something we've got to be very sensitive to. No matter how much you may dislike government, let me speak a little on that. Government is still the primary driver of growth, progress, and prosperity in any nation. And I like to tell people that no matter how the elections have turned out, put away your sentiment and focus on the change that is taking place, especially with respect to policy in the tech sector. I'm one who has, spent time, following what's going on recently, and we're ensuring that as a community itself, we're pushing out such information so that as many young people can key into it. Nigeria is today, based on statistics that's readily available, it's about 66% youth. And that speaks a lot to to us and to our minds, that if the population is made up of 66% of young people, then we must ensure that young people are literally pushed into the tech space, especially. There are other spaces as well, but tech is a major driver of the world today. And every one of us is aware that we stand on the verge of new things, on the cusp of innovation, and the future of business and technology is rapidly evolving and changing. We cannot deny that. One of the key words that you will have to come to terms with is the word globalization. And that has been in existence for a number of years. I remember reading a very instructive book by Thomas Friedman in which he titled "The World is Flat," and I'm sure some of you have come across it. What intrigued me was, in all my years in secondary school and in learning, I was told that the world is round. But then we also understand that the earlier humans on the face of the earth in the days of the Shakespeareans and Christopher Columbus actually believed that the world was flat. So we moved from a time when it was believed that the world was flat until, it was discovered through sailing and through navigation by great people, and Christopher Columbus is one of them, that the world is round. And then Thomas Friedman now comes to tell us that the world is flat. And so I had to delve into that book, just to understand what he meant when he said the world is flat. And one of the key words that I'll never forget that he highlighted in that book is globalization. And that globalization is the key flattener of the world. What does it mean? And what did he mean when he says the world is flat? The world has become a global village to the extent that reaching people using technology and all the innovation has become extremely easy. You can pick up your phone and thank God for mobile phone technology, that a couple of years and not too far in the far distance, we had leaders in our country who said that telephone is a luxury and it is only the privilege of the rich. But today it's in everybody's hand, and the tele density today in Nigeria is one of the highest when you look at, the population size globally. The market woman and those in villages, the farmers today now have a piece of technology in their hands, not only for them to communicate with one another, but it is also enhancing their businesses. I know a lot of agri-technopreneurs who are really developing technology to enhance productivity in the farm space, especially with respect to agriculture, to ensure that the farmer is able to monitor, his production, and he can determine his harvest, he can determine his inputs and determine the harvest at the end of the day. And this just leads us into seeing the potential that is before us as a community and as people who are actively participating in the tech space. We cannot deny that technology and business will continue to coexist and will continue to be interrelated with one another. Technology actually is the greatest contributor to the business space, not just today, but also remember the first time I walked into an insurance company. This must have been in 1983, thereabout. And this insurance company had the first computer I would actually see. The floppy disk was about, I think it was about that size. I'm sure some of you have only heard of that. You were not born at that time. And the RAM then was about 256 KB. But yet it was being used to drive that insurance business. Now, technology has advanced, beyond then. If you ever try to Google and try to find out, the computing power of the device that took man to the moon, you'll be amazed not only at how limited, I think it was less than 16 megabytes, obviously less than that. And the entire computer that drove it was bigger than this entire stage itself. But today you can have that, all of that in one tiny device. Even your phone is more powerful than what took man to the moon. And so here we are at a very, very significant time in our lives. We just heard the mention of artificial intelligence and what it is doing and how it is driving the future. But then again, with artificial intelligence and technology comes the need for morality. And that's where the battle really is, ethics and morality with artificial intelligence today. That's what everybody is speaking about, because when do we get to the edge before we tilt over? How far should we allow artificial intelligence and technology drive what we're doing and control our lives? Many of the movies that I love watching are tech movies, things about robotics and all. And there's always the idea that at a point in time, if man is not careful, the things we create will take over our lives. So maybe I'll close on this point, that one of the things that we must factor into everything we're learning and our understanding is that we must learn to be ethical with technology. As we develop new platforms and new devices and new technologies, let us be guided by ethics. The ethics that must focus on preserving humanity, preserving life, and enhancing the quality of human beings. So I want to officially declare this conference open and this time open. And I trust that it will be a life transforming experience for you. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pastor Shola. Okay, to take us to the next phase, we're also going to be having another keynote address for a bit of 10 minutes. I will be introducing the National Coordinator, Office of Nigeria Digital Innovation, that's NIDDA, and his name is Yakubu Musa, to please take the stage, the next address.
Thank you very much. The conveners of this summit, members of the high table, permit me to stand on the established protocols. Good morning, and it's indeed a pleasure and a rare privilege to stand before you this morning to say a few words. I think Pastor Shola has said a lot already that I would just build on. But before I do that, I want to start by commending the conveners, particularly Tabitha. We met, I think, months ago, around August or so, at the Innovation Summit annual gathering, and we had some conversations around what she's doing. And I think I was really, really amazed at what she has been trying to achieve. And I gave her some words of encouragement, particularly that there is a gap, like she mentioned. A lot is happening down south in terms of awareness on some of these opportunities. And the amazing work she has been doing with her team in trying to ensure that, yes, there's that inclusion across the country. And when it comes to technology, forgive me, I'm a bit biased. I usually have that bias towards supporting the female folk. Why? Because I think out of the 5 or 6 siblings that I have, I only have one, a sister, biological sister, and she happens to be the only person that we're in we're very close out of the whole my entire siblings. But unfortunately, I lost her 5 years ago, and I told myself that I would try as much as I can in whatever I do to ensure that I support women. I thank you very much for this opportunity to stand before you here this morning to speak on a topic that I was given, empowering tech leaders, the role of MCTs in shaping the future. I think this MCT MVP West Africa Summit 2023 is happening at the right time because there's a lot of conversation in the country as to how we can leverage technology to drive or diversify our economy and also ensure prosperity for our country. Looking at the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President, I think one of the focus areas is on how we can leverage technology really to ensure that Nigeria progresses and we sort of create wealth, jobs, and also prosperity for our country. We have enormous potential, right? Having the largest population on the African continent. And as pointed out by Pastor Shola, about 70% of the 200 million people that we have in this country are the youth, right? Which points to the vast human resource that we have in this country. And I think it's the greatest resource that we have as a country, not the oil reserves or the other natural resources that we have. A lot of countries across the globe are looking towards how they can leverage on their population, leveraging technology to drive their economies. And we are fortunate to have the greatest or the larger part of our population as the youth. Other developed countries are having an aging population, looking at the likes of Japan and all that. So Africa is becoming the focus where all these countries are looking towards collaborating with these countries to see how they can harness this resource that we have. And fortunately or unfortunately, we have a syndrome now we are faced with, the Japa syndrome, right? A lot of our best brains are leaving the country in search of greener pastures, right? And it's a source of concern for the government, really. How do we address this? It is good in a way, but then losing the greatest minds that we have to other economies, how do we ensure that as a government or as a country that we build that critical mass of tech talents that would really address our own challenges and also contribute to the global economy, right? And that is essentially what the current government is focused on. And of course, as a government, we cannot do it alone, right? We strongly believe in partnerships and collaborations with all the relevant stakeholders within the country and even outside to ensure that we achieve these set targets. So I would want to acknowledge the organizers for inviting me to speak on the topic, like I said earlier. And of course, tech leaders are the architects of our future, right? Building innovative solutions around all the challenges that we have and shaping our future. So therefore, it is not just a choice for us to empower these tech leaders, but it is a necessity for Nigeria to remain globally competitive within the global digital economy. We have to empower these young people that we have. And there are enormous potential within this country, right? Looking at the kind of innovative solutions coming out of Nigeria, right? We have out of the 6 or 7 unicorn startups, that is startups valued at $1 billion USD or above. We have 5 originating from Nigeria, right? And which points to the potentials that we have in this country. A lot is happening, although only what is happening in Lagos is being seen, right? But we as a government are thinking of how we can collaborate with communities like the MCT to ensure that this is spread across the country. Looking at sectors like agri-tech, health tech, financial technology, ed tech, we have a lot of young people that have built solutions around these things. Africa as a continent and Nigeria in particular is faced with a lot of challenges. But we don't see these as challenges, but rather opportunities for us to leverage technology and address them. And we cannot do that in silos by coming together and creating partnerships and collaborations to ensure that we effectively use or leverage technology for the good of our country, right? Today, businesses are being transformed by these technologies, talking about artificial intelligence, big data, blockchain, and the likes. And it's important that we as a government come up with the right policies and also ensure that the ethical use of these technologies for the good of our people, right? This will go a long way in creating a large pool of citizens equipped with the requisite aptitude to actively participate in all strata of the global economy. So, like I said earlier, I don't know how many of us have seen the strategic plan unveiled by the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy. Only a few, right? So, but it's important that you take a look at that document. I think it's built on 5 pillars, right? One is knowledge, which is around building that large pool of tech talent within the country. And some of the targets set under that pillar, if I can remember correctly, is the training of 3 million tech talents between now and 2027, right? And one of the priorities is job placements for this tech talent. So it is very important that we look at such an opportunity to also key into that, and also the MCT as a community, because we have 3 categories under that initiative, right? We have the fellows, which are the trainees. We have the training providers and also partners. So MCT, I think, can play that critical role of being one of the training providers as well under that initiative. Secondly, there's a target of achieving 70% digital literacy by the year 2027, ensuring that we have 70% of the population are digitally literate by the next 4 years. The government cannot do this alone, right? And communities like the MCT have that critical role in building content and also ensuring that we achieve that target. One of the things I always talk about when you talk about trainings, especially on digital literacy, today a lot of people, particularly across the north, have a language barrier when it comes to technology. So how do we ensure that we develop content in local languages that would really enable our people to be able to understand these technologies, how they can be used, and also the opportunities of building the right set of skills. So I think under this knowledge pillar is important that the MCT community look at how they can key into this initiative. And also the National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA, as the tech regulator, has come up with what we call the National Digital Literacy Framework. It sort of provides guidance and guidelines, sorry, and standards around digital literacy programs in Nigeria. So it's also one of the things that the MCT community can look at and see how they can key into that for us to be able to work together to achieve the set targets. And I think other pillars under the strategic plan of the Honorable Minister are around policies. We have policies around AI. We have the Nigerian Startup Act. I think we might have founders in the room. It's something that you can look at and also see how you can also be part of that. It's a law that was enacted last year, and the objective is, of course, to create that enabling environment. Earlier, I talked about the unicorns that we have, and we've seen the growth in investments also coming into Nigerian startups. Because between 2019 and last year, Nigerian startups raised over $4 billion US, right? This is a very big investment coming into the country. But unfortunately, most of these companies, like I said, do have Nigerian origin, but they are not Nigerian companies. Why? Because they usually asked to set up maybe an investment vehicle somewhere outside the country, mostly in the United States, for them to be able to attract this investments. So the Nigerian Startup Act was enacted to see how we can address this issue. How do we ensure that we build truly indigenous startups that are solving our problems so that the bulk of these investments will come into the country and also contribute to the Nigerian economy, right? So, and again, I think another pillar under that is infrastructure, because you cannot build a digital economy without the issue of infrastructure, things around connectivity and the likes. Then a critical pillar again is innovation, entrepreneurship, and capital, which is what I just talked about in terms of how do we support our young people to ensure that people building things, leveraging technology to build solutions to our problems and challenges, how do we ensure that they are supported through the provision of funding, the right incentives to support them, providing capacity building and training programs that would ensure that they grow their businesses and thrive. Then there is also trade as one of the pillars. How do we ensure that we are exporting these solutions or products to other countries, not just on the African continent, but across the globe? So these are some of the things the government is doing. And I would want to make a quote by my Director General, which he often says when it comes to the issue of digital literacy. He said, the illiterate of today is not the person that cannot read or write, but the person that has chosen to be digitally illiterate. So how do you leverage on this? Information is everywhere today, and the choice is really ours. What have you decided to do with your life? I just asked a question here, and apart from even the programs and initiatives of the government, a lot is happening around building, capacity building, digital literacy, and skills. So it's only important that we follow all these things through the various channels online to look at these opportunities and be able to really leverage on them to build a brighter future for ourselves. On our own part, the Office for Nigerian Digital Innovation, which is a subsidiary of NIDDA, we were set up to sort of implement programs and initiatives around the support for tech startups in Nigeria. And part of the programs that we do run are incubation programs, as well as capacity building programs for startups, and also giving them that visibility on global platforms through sponsorship to tech events, both locally and globally. So it is important that you also look at that to see how we can work together with the MCT community to sort of create more awareness. I think I would want to, in conclusion, I would say that we strongly believe in collaborations and partnerships as the government, because that is the key to ensuring that we achieve our set goals and targets. So we remain open to the MCT community and every other stakeholder really to see how we can work together to achieve all our set goals. It is for Nigeria, not for the government. There is usually that, there's usually that distrust, if I may put it that way, from the private sector towards the government, that the government is not doing what it should do in terms of policies, regulations, and all that. But I think it's only when we have conversations through platforms like this that would be able to understand what each party is doing and how we can work together to address some of these challenges. So that is why we're always excited when we're invited to such events, because it gives us that opportunity to meet with the community, discuss on some of these challenges faced by the private sector and how we can work together to address them. On this note, I would want to encourage that we make very good use of this platform, network, and also create the right partnerships for us to grow together. Thank you very much for the invitation and having me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Yakubu Musa. A round of applause again for him. Just before we go, we're going to be having different platforms being introduced to us. We'll also get the chance to ask questions within those segments. We're hoping it's going to be interactive as well. But before we go into that, just to state that if you'd like to use the bathroom, you just, take this door and then turn left and turn left again. Bathrooms are there. And please, can we be very careful with our gadgets? If we're, charging them at the charging ports, please just keep an eye on them. Take your baggage with you every time. Don't leave it. We're still in Nigeria. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to be introducing on the stage for a period of 20 minutes, inclusive of questions and answers, to also take us through Microsoft AI and Copilot, telling us more about it and how you can also engage in it. And that is Mr. Samuel Adrani. A round of applause for him. He's here with us. Thank you. Right. Okay, can I have a clicker, please? And we have the wrong speaker on. Is the right speaker? Okay, so can I have a clicker? Right? And also the right slide. Okay.
Good morning, Abuja. Whilst I wait for my clicker and the slide to come up, thank you very much, host. Greetings from Accra, Ghana. I came all the way from Accra. Interesting enough, the last time I was here was in 2019 when we did the inaugural MCT training. So it's good to be back. How many years? Yeah. Interesting enough, I had just relocated from the States because I used to live in the States, and I made a decision. I think I had enough of a state, so I wanted to come back home. Pretty much do the same thing to advance the course of, training and disseminating the information on technology. So my very first engagement when I came was to the MCT Summit. So it's good to be here again. All right. Okay, so awesome. So yeah, thank you for having me. It's good to know that it's not just Ghana that is taking a keen interest in digitization and, digitally transforming its economy. If you've been paying attention to the Ghana ecosystem as well, we've been doing a lot of, digitizing systems. Especially state systems, we've been doing a lot of digitization. And there's also a lot of engagement with the community to grow it. So it's always interesting to know when, government is partnering with community to get things right. Because if we don't do it ourselves, who is going to do it? So today, I'm here to demystify and hopefully yeah, I say demystify because there's a lot of misconception about AI Copilot. So So I'll try as much as possible within my allotted time to, get you acquainted with it, clear all the doubts, answer the questions you have, and show you, or probably let you understand that it's not a war with AI, right? But rather it's a partnership with AI, right? So, yes, if we can go to the next slide. Sorry, my slides are a bit animatic, so you might have to keep up the pace with me because I want to tell a story. So I want you to pay particular attention to this image. In your mind, think through it. What does it reflect in your mind? Think about it. I'll come back to this question at the end of my presentation. We can move to the next slide now. So, quick introduction of myself happening. I'll take you through. Awesome. Thank you very much. So, I'll take you through a quick journey of how we came to the fourth industrial revolution, which AI plays a key role. And then we'll take a look at, how it applies to business. We'll look at Microsoft's part in it. And then I'll give you some ethical things to, take note about, and how as a business or as an individual, how you can position yourself to be part of, the revolution. So about myself, Samuel Ajani from Ghana. I've been an MCT for about 6 years. I've been a Microsoft MVP in 2 categories. So if you have any questions about Internet of Things and Microsoft Cloud, anytime you see me around, just pull me aside. I'll try to answer that for you. I'm a certified solutions developer, Power Platform solutions architect. So all of you doing Power Platform, if you want to build solutions on that as well, you can talk to me. Same for Azure. I also run 2 user groups in Accra, which is the Accra Power Platform user group and the Accra.net and Azure user groups. I try to be very busy because since we are in the premises of the house of the Lord, they say the devil finds work for the idle hand. I try to stream 3 times in a week. So you catch me on YouTube on Tuesdays talking about IoT, on Friday, demystifying everything technology. And then on Sundays, I do a lot of Power Platform stuff. So let's understand the revolution, right? So the first industrial revolution, which started somewhere in the 1784, was powered more by, the innovation and invention of the steam engine, right? And that pioneered a lot of innovation in that era. It was followed by the second revolution in the 1870s, which was more industrial, but powered by electricity. So you can imagine all that innovation that happened around the second, industrial revolution. Then that moved on to the third industrial revolution, which was powered mostly by electronics, automation, the microprocessor and stuff like that. So computers and systems started coming, up. And when our keynote said the technology or the memory or things that powered the first space travel, imagine that capacity now in your hands. The power that took people to the moon was less than what you have in your hands today. So today, if you have a smartphone and you're not maximizing it, you have to rethink. You don't have to rush for the latest iPhone 15 Pro Max, when obviously it's just Snapchatting and TikToking, but we'll get back to that. And then currently today, we are in the fourth industrial revolution, which is dominated by mixed reality, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, robotics, and all that. But today, we want to probably look at it in the form of what we call cyber physical systems. Now, cyber physical, because there is an interaction between the cyber or the soft side of things and then the physical side of things. That is why I started by saying that we are not in a race with AI. We are not probably fighting it. It is mostly going to be a partnership on how you use it. So I want us to take note of this, right? When we partner with AI as humans, what we are doing is that we are innovating at unprecedented scale and pace, right? It takes a human effort to make the AI what it is. It takes the knowledge to train it to be what it is. So if you are part of the school of thought that feels that AI is going to take our jobs, AI is going to, yeah, some jobs will be lost, but majority of it is going to be made more effective with the use of AI. So you can choose to start aligning yourself with AI and asking yourself, how can I apply to what I'm doing today to make myself useful? Because companies, whether we like it or not, are going to transition into the next phase, which is artificial intelligence. It started with internet. We've seen that, and now it's going to translate to it. So let's have this at the back of our heads or minds that it is a partnership and not necessarily AI taking over our jobs. So the first thing I want to talk about is the core, right? The core of AI in businesses, because that's what people want to know. How do I apply AI? What are some of the things I can do with it? So let's take a look at some of the very basic ones that we can do. Now, the core of AI, basically AI-driven data analytics and insights is the common one that we all know. Today, with AI, you can drive insight and analytics to your data. One of the key things about the fourth industrial revolution we mentioned was Internet of Things. Today, do you imagine the amount of data you generate on your phone? You take pictures, you're posting status. Today we have smartphones, we have smart ovens, we have smart lights. I'm a corporate of that. If you come to my house is about 95% smart. So when it's like, when the sun rises, my curtains is opening. When you go to my kitchen, the lights are coming on. If you go to the washroom, the light will come on. If you leave there, you're generating data. Today, there are smart suits that actually can tell if the outside temperature is, too warm, make it a bit comfortable for you. There are smart shoes. There are pretty much a lot of smart stuff. So we're generating petabytes and huge sums of data. Now, there are a lot of patterns and things in the data as humans you don't see if you're just looking at it. But with the help of AI, you can actually make that deduction from it and actually act on that. And for businesses, you are generating data, your sales data. There's a pattern. Even for your local food, sometimes we say that it's a natural tendency. You wake up in the morning, you go to a particular spot, you buy something, some specific food or something, and you've been doing this for a very long time, to the point that when you get to the food vendor, it's like, customer, oh, are you coming for the usual? Now, it takes a number of times for that person to, detect that. But with AI, that insights can be driven in a much faster, period. And you can now act on it. You can do stuff like personalized discounts and stuff like that. And that is just for, AI for analytics, right, in business cases. The second part that we can do is we can talk about automation of routine tasks, right? And I gave an example with the smart curtains in my house. It's like, okay, when the sun goes up, I want the curtains to be open. If the air quality outside is good, I rather want my windows to be open than, use the air conditioning. If the air conditioning or the air quality in the room is bad, I rather turn off the air conditioning and get. Now, these are things thanks to AI. Now, one of the key things that you would get to know about AI is that, like I said, the interaction with the physical. So you have AI taking information from physical stuff and acting upon it and even analyzing how that's happening. And then over a period of time, it can tell you, for instance, for some of us who have some of these smart plugs and things in our house, over a period of time, you can actually tell your consumption. You can actually tell which part of the house is consuming a lot more electricity. You can tell at this time of the day. A quick story. So in the US, it's not common in Africa yet, but in the US, if you have solar, if you have a solar like system in your house, which is active during the day, that means that you're pulling from your solar, not from the national grid. What they do is that it reverses your meter. So at the end of the month, the power company is able to regulate and give you some kind of discount because you are not using their power during the day. So that gives them enough power to give to other people. That is one. The second thing they're doing with AI and analytics is that they are able to tell the amount of power that is consumed by their citizens. So they generate just the required amount of power. Any excess, they sell out to, other power distribution companies to, do. So some of these things can be automated thanks to what? AI and its world of analytic stuff. Then another area where customers or businesses can benefit from is what we call customer experience personalization. Like I said, today, even if you take your Android phones, right? If you're doing something which is a routine, let's say you close at 5 p.m. every day, even for those that are on, Android phones, have you noticed that at some point, Google will come up and tell you, the traffic situation on your route, right? That is because it's learned over time. So as a business, and when I say a business, I'm cutting across. It could be a church, it could be a school, it could be small, anything. If you start to implement AI into your system, so what's going to happen is that you are driving this insight. You're able to, personalize discounts and things for customers. There's a use case in the US where, based on your interaction with stuff in a store, if you go into, let's say, a shoe store, and then you get close to, let's say, you see a pair of, Jordans or whatever, you pick it up, right? There are sensors that have input in the shoes that detect contact or movement. Now, because you are, let's say, a customer for that company and you have the app, the fact that you pick the phone and you're in proximity with that shoe, the system or the ERP or the CR has noticed that someone picked up the shoe. Now, I didn't buy it. I put it down. I left. I came back again. Let's say another day. Picked it up again. Now, this is about the second time I'm interacting with that shoe. Immediately, the system can tell you that, look, someone seems to like this shoe, but probably the price you have on it is what is. So you know what? And it's so smart that there are screens there that can show you the shoe that you're standing in front of, and they'll tell you, hey, so we have a personalized discount for you for 25%. And that is the power of AI in customer experience personalization. So as you can see, there is more to it. Now, in the era of supply chain optimization, I know some of you are here, have seen me do some automations on my show about beer. And please forgive me, I'm in the house of the Lord, but I need to say this. I drink beer a lot, but I'm trying to cut down on it. So if you see there, please. So, so in trying to demonstrate the power of AI, Internet of Things, and the fourth industrial revolution, I did a small demo where, because I like beer a lot, there was this time where I went into the fridge and there was no beer. And I asked my wife, what happened to all the beer in the fridge? And she was like, I don't drink beer with you. I was like, okay, you are an IoT person, AI. So I came up with a smart idea. So I have these smart buttons. I put one by the fridge, and then anytime the fridge is stocked, I double tap it, and it goes into a backend system and tells me I have 24 bottles of beer in the fridge. So anytime I take a bottle of beer, I press the button. Now, pressing that button, a couple of things happen. It reduces the stock of beer I have in my fridge. And I've actually set a restock count, which is 5 bottles. So as I'm taking and pressing, when it gets to 5, this is where the interesting thing happens. When it gets to 5, which is the restock level, my wife gets an SMS. My wife gets an SMS that we are running low on beer. Now, 2 things is going to happen. If I'm being a good husband, she can approve restocking, and I get an SMS with a happy face saying, you get a restock of your beer. If I'm being a bad husband, then she says no, and she says you have to drink water or juice. Or if I'm going over the limit, Now, what's happening is all being captured in the background. Now, I'm using drinking beer in the simplest form, right? It could be turning something on and off. It could be, tracking something. Now, if you bring that into supply chain, if you go to your retail shops and you buy something and they scan, boop, they keep scanning. With the same concept, what's happening is that with AI, automation and all that, the stock count is going down. So if you have all the systems in place, automatically when you get your restock count, it could actually start a purchase order, start a supply, whatever that is. And even to the extent that if you have delivery, it could actually tell you based on the system data, this shop is going to run out of this product faster than this shop. So use this route, give the shop, supply the shop first before you go to the other shop. And that is insight driven by what? AI. Then HR. I won't spend so much time here. If you've applied for jobs and probably you're not getting response, that's because now, especially companies like LinkedIn and the rest are using AI in the background to scan through your CV to look for the keywords and things they are looking up for. So that is another use case for HR when it comes to AI. Then we can talk about market forecasting. Again, if you have data, you can do proper forecasting, right? With that, and AI powers that as well for you. We can also talk about fraud detection. Today, banks have some form of fraud detection in there. But imagine if you use a particular ATM all the time, right? The data in the background shows that anytime someone wants to withdraw money, he goes to this ATM or it's within this enclave. So the moment you use another ATM, which is, outside of the system knows that, no, this is not a normal, flag it or hold it till someone approves that, hey, yeah, I'm traveling to Nigeria, so allow any transaction on my card, right? That is also another area for AI. Then we can talk about enhanced security. Because AI has all this data and access, it's able to, help you better secure and protect your assets. So with all this, you can gain a lot of insight, a lot of traction. Your customers can also be excited because now in the era of AI, there are bots. Today, you go to some website, you can interact completely with a bot to acquire a lot of the information you want. And this cuts a lot of costs. I'll give you an example. You're running a bank, you're running a church, you're running a small business. You as an individual, it's either you invest in having a 24-hour support service or customer service team that will around the clock be answering questions. Or you can say that, look, I can't afford that stuff, but rather people will call and say, what is my account balance? People will call and say, when is the next meeting? People will call and these are very simple things that will keep recurring. Can we offload that to an AI bot, right? For them to handle it. And that adds value to it. And with this, you get a lot of, I call them and it took me 1 hour, nobody responded to the call, but AI can, and you can get good, customer service improvement in that area. And then obviously, with all this data, AI can give you ideas of what product to innovate, because you have information on what people want and what people do not want. Now, once we understand, some of the use cases for AI, what role does Microsoft play in the era of AI Copilot, right? Since obviously it's a Microsoft event. So I'm going to share some very interesting things. So Microsoft's contribution to AI, I think, is immersive. Without any doubt, we can say that today Microsoft is the biggest player when it comes to AI, with a partnership with OpenAI. Sorry for the Google guys, but they can't even catch up. Bard cannot even catch up, right? And if you care to know, in the recent OpenAI keynote, interesting things are happening with OpenAI. As of yesterday, you can actually now put your own data set on OpenAI or ChatGPT, and it will be specific to your specific product. Now, that does something. It means that companies that are first to train ChatGPT with their data set will get the upper hand, because that means that you are directing the narrative. That is why you cannot afford to be left out in the AI journey. And now, with ChatGPT, the ChatGPT 4, you can also now create what we call GPTs, which are kind of like bots to do specific things for you. So if it's about, you can create a GPT for taking payment, right? And install and sell it actually on the GPT marketplace. So people can now go into GPT and use it, and you get money off it, and you can get some revenue. So that's happening. That's not in the future. This is now. It's happening now. And all this is integrated into a lot or almost all of the Microsoft product, from the Azure cloud to the cognitive services to OpenAI to Copilot to Windows Copilot, right? To the M365 Copilot, and obviously to the Power Platform, Power Apps, all of them, It's integrated. Today, you have Copilot and AI in all the systems to help you create apps, to help you get insights, and to help you, make meaningful decisions. So if you're here today, make sure whichever track you're doing, there's AI in there. I remember when we were doing Power BI some years back, and when Microsoft introduced I think the natural query where you can actually ask a Power BI dashboard and it will give you some kind of insight, right? Today, AI is in there, neatly embedded. Now, how does AI and Copilot enhance our human, capabilities? If you're a developer here, whether you're a pro developer or local developer, today you can use things like GitHub Copilot to help you create stuff. You just have to type in a comment and it generates the code for you. Today, I'm a bit lazy because I can go to ChatGPT and ask it to help me to do a lot of things, which is the power of what? AI and Copilot. So I'm sure you've used some of these things before, and if you've not, just pull me aside, right? I'll be glad enough to share with you how that works. Now, quickly, I'll just go through the ethics of it because it's a lot of questions people ask. What is the ethical side of AI, right? People say it's bad. People say, well, all, crazy things about it. Well, let's take a look at what the ethical side of AI is. So, one of the biggest things that Microsoft is doing is being vocal about its ethical use of AI, right? Now, an interesting thing is that they are actually adding or spending about 165 million, which is a 5-year plan, in making sure that the use of AI is very ethical. So if you've used any of the Microsoft AI tools, right, what's happening is that before you even get access to the Microsoft AI, you go through a lot of stages because they want to make sure that you are using the tool for its intended purpose, right? And that is the Microsoft promise for you. Now, quickly, the principle of responsible AI, you cannot use AI just anyways. You need to be responsible about it. And a couple of things that I want us to, take a look at quickly, and then I can run off the stage. Make sure that your AI interaction is fair, it's reliable and safe for people to use, in a sense that I should not be exploited. I shouldn't feel like, AI is taking everything away from me. Privacy, my data there should be what? Private. I don't want it to, be all over the place. Inclusiveness. When AI started, there were instances where, especially the facial recognition, could recognize whites and not blacks. That was seen as an inclusion issue. But now, with all this responsible AI practices, that is being taken. And then transparency. Microsoft makes sure that if you're interacting with an AI system, it tells you this is an AI. It's not a human. You need to be transparent to the people engaging with it. And also, you need to be accountable. You need to take ownership of everything the AI is doing so that you don't put the blame on, I didn't do it, it's AI. You empowered it. So you need to take that blame and for accountability's sake. So that as well, we need to take a look at. Then I would quickly go through this. How do we prepare for an AI first world? How do we as businesses prepare? A couple of things to do. We'll go through this quickly. I think my time is running away pretty fast. So 1, enhance lifelong learning. Keep learning. AI is evolving. You can't stop learning. You need to be abreast with the changes and make use of it. Do that. You need to also invest in talent and leadership. You don't have all the skills and knowledge. There are people who are constantly also learning. Make sure you are investing in people who are AI forward looking. Then, as well, let's make sure that we are also fostering innovation and experimentation. AI is still growing. You have to try things. It's not going to work. You have to keep trying them. Make sure you have a space, to allow for people to do this. And also integrate ethical AI practices, like I mentioned. Make sure that it is there. You don't just leave it to chance, right? And then upgrade technology infrastructure to support it. I see the host running towards me, so I would crave your indulgence for probably a few minutes, and then I'll just wrap up. So focus on your data strategy, collaborate and form partnerships like we're doing here. Measure the impact, because everything you do, you need to measure the impact of that assessment. Because if it's not impactful, you have to quickly, it's like, go the agile way, fail fast and change and do something else, all right? Awesome, so quick. I think, like I said, we need to embrace AI, right? But as we do so, let's understand that, like I said, it's a tool. It is not going to take your place. You can choose to align with it and be productive and be ahead of the competition, or you can choose to stay back and your competitors will come just overtake you and you go out of business. The choice is yours. With that said, thank you very much. It has been a very quick one. I don't know if I can still take questions, but
Yes,
okay,
yes.
thank
So
you.
Thank you. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to take questions, and I will try to moderate that session as quickly as possible. Just to also state that, yes, this is an auditorium owned by a church, but we've got different events that happen here. So if you want to ask him questions about wine or beer, that's still fine, right? So please feel free to do so. Okay, am I having a question? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel. Kupola Isaka is my name. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer. For some of us that want to follow up on what you do, is it possible you share your link with us, especially on YouTube, so that your 3 days in a week, we can be part of it? Thank you.
Sure. I think it's on the slide, but then, I mean, if you see me, just pull me aside. I'll just, connect you through.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Adeze. Thank you for the speech and the whole section. I wanted to ask, for beginners, like, how do you go about it? Do you have beginners classes?
Yes. There are a lot of beginner resources that both Microsoft and the OpenAI community has. Microsoft Learn is a free platform. You can sign up to, maybe you can see me, during break. You can easily sign up. It's free. They have a whole lot of learning part for you free of, charge. It's just a matter of time. If you have it, just go through. But yes, there are a lot of free learning resources.
So I kind of checked that out 2 days ago, and I'm thinking of doing something in relation to Power BI. So that was...
Yeah, it's free. Yeah.
All right, good morning. My
Good
name
morning.
is Esther. I'm a data analyst. My question is that there are lots of tools coming out. There are lots of updates. I want to know, so I don't get distracted. Today I'm learning something in SQL. Today I'm learning something in Power BI. I want to know that part, like the direct part, that I can just keep improving and stay on track. Thank you.
I'll respond to you with one thing my father keeps telling me: focus. The problem we had back in the day was we didn't have access to information. So you even didn't know where to go for it. But now there is an overflow of information, and it's still... So a couple of things I can tell you. In your strength, your area of strength or your stronghold, right? Focus in that area and see how AI is applicable in that area. Like you said, data analyst. How does AI help you become a better data analyst? Stick to that trajectory and, through that path. Once you're doing that, you might probably be connected with other areas, right? Maybe it might be data visualization. Those are, sideways you can go. But for me, the answer would be stick to where your strength is, see where AI applies to it. And in terms of focus, look for a mentor, look for someone, follow someone, a role model, someone you can... Now, we have indirect mentors, people who are your mentors who don't really know they're your mentors, right? Because you follow them. And that is how sometimes you grow. We all have them, right? For some of us, we followed a lot of them before we got to meet them, later in our life. So that would be my response to you.
Okay, thank you. Any other... Yes, question?
If I'm the last person, I could make 1 or 2 people laugh at this. I was so intrigued by the way your desire to want to keep track on your beer intake triggered you to create, something to help you detect that. And beer is going out of fashion, so. But I was wondering if that could, you could use that to help housewives, wives generally, because that's good business.
Yes.
So that the husbands could track the family upkeep, so that as the money is running down, it would alert.
Yes. Yes, there is nothing impossible with a combination of human and AI, or
So the wives, do we have that? Is that a yay or nay? Yay. Okay. Another question. I'll take.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay, my name is Stanley. Please, I want to ask this: what we are doing here today, we are privileged to be here. Like you said, you people were in Lagos, and you find out that people in the north also need to benefit or learn what is going on. So people in the rural villages, I mean, called typical villages, how do they get to benefit from this?
That's a very touching and I think very a strong thing we need to do. I know there are a lot of community people here, Tabitha, Colin, Shay, Deji, I see all of them. One of the things that I think 2019, when I first came, one of the things I admire about my Nigerian brothers and sisters, I have a lot of them now, it's the way they create disciples. I remember 2019 when the room, I think that's when Collins and the rest came. Shay was like, it's more or less like go into the world and make disciples. That was the same thing, Shay and the rest of you. Go into your, and Deji, go. You in your community, make sure you pioneer it. Some of these things, it's unfortunate that there isn't a lot of, I would say that in those places, there might not be resources to go there. But if you want to be a change maker, if you want to be the one with a difference, I am running a program I call Tech on Wheels, and it's literally Tech on Wheels. And what I do is that I identify like schools in the rural places, kids that have not seen like mixed reality head glasses before, 3D printers, who have not seen all this, robotics kits. I literally pack them in my car, call all my volunteer friends, and we drive to that community and let them explore. You can be the change maker. If it's not in your area, start it. And all these people here are willing to help you.
Thank you. Another question.
Good morning, Mr. Samuel. I must say I was expecting to hear a lot of Ghanaian accents, but I think the US has influenced you a lot. So I'll go straight to the question. My name is Panchak Koproda. I'm a Go Microsoft Lens student ambassador. And it's just more of a thought I want clarity on. So on the part of generative AI, right, we are generating data. We have pre-trained models with the GPT and all that. Now, I'm now concerned that there isn't a place in responsible AI that has to deal with recycling generated data. Now, data that is generated by generative AI is not completely validated. They will tell you that.
Yeah.
So we have people now then using that for publications and all those kind of things. And they are now used again to train the data and they are not validated. And I feel that, is there anything that has to do with responsible AI that has to do with dealing with that? That's one question. And the second question I have is for us in Africa, because that's where the focus is for us today. Yeah. I feel that we're having a lot of data leakages. Microsoft are playing an active role in skilling us up, which is what we're doing, yes. Providing us with resources, which is obvious. But when it comes to the data leakage, someone from government spoke as well. I feel we are losing data in the country. And I don't know if we are the ones to do it or it is the government's responsibility to make sure that the data we have and we're generating, which is something that will power our future through prediction, is actually not lost.
Okay, yes. Thank you for the question. It's a collective.
If you'd also like maybe a government response.
Yes, I can. Yeah, I can say that in the government. So it's a collective responsibility. That's to your second question. It's a collective responsibility. What I have personally, done with the Ghana Immigration Service is upskill them on Power Platform, which is because, like you rightly said, there's a lot of data, but they don't have systems to capture them. So what I have done is, I think this came in yesterday, something about pro bono to get so it's kind of like something I run for security services where you are upskilling them, because trust you me, not a lot of them are privileged to get these trainings. So if you are able to provide them, then they are aware of oh, this is data leakage. This is, data that is just running off. We can do. So it's a shared responsibility. You can do your part and government can also do their part. Before I probably give the mic to the government person to answer that, the first part about generative AI and stuff like that, that is part of responsible AI. So today, any content that is generated by AI is actually their attributes and tags to tell you that this is generated by an AI, right? Now, the whole concept of AI and big data is just data sets, training and learning. So the more you also contribute to know this is generated, this is not accurate, this is accurate, the more that that cycle gets better and better. And then we can run away from that having to worry about generating data and now using AI again to validate it. So there's work you have to do, and there's also work that we have to do. I think maybe
Thank you very much for that question. Yes, like he said, it's a two-faceted thing, but of course, the government has a greater role when it comes to data protection, right? And one of the key government agencies that was born out of NIDA is the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, right? Nigeria has the Data Protection Act that was signed recently, I think within this year. And we have a lot of policies around data localization as well, because there's this saying that data is the new oil, right? And most of these companies do mine our data to build on products around all these things. And the government is mindful of that, and we've come up with policies. But then, like I always say, we cannot do it alone, but would require collaborating with all the relevant stakeholders to ensure that these things are not really used against us. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just take the last question and we'll move to our next session.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Edna. I must commend the way you presented. I was carried along. I never missed any part of it. So thank you very much for that. So my question is, you spoke about the GPT-4, where you have some mini, let me call it GPTs, how you can create them. Is there any links or something that you can help people like me that would love to look into that aspect? How do we get across such links and information? Thank you.
Yes, there are, like I mentioned. And for the sake of time, you can talk to me after the sessions. I'll point you to them. But if you're interested in learning about any of the AI and Copilot stuff, Microsoft Learn. It is free. You have a learning path. It leads to certification. You can get certified. And even there are virtual events that can give you free coupons to take the Microsoft exams. And also, if you want to go details, we have new MCTs around, so you can also see them to give you some interesting training as well. But yes, there are resources.
Okay, thank you very much. And how do we
Thank
say
you.
thank you to you? Can you just tell me what thank you means in your language?
So thank you is Medase.
Medase.
Yes, Medase.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Medase. Thank you very much. Okay, so to introduce our next platform to be talked about, apologies. So we're going to be talking about, I'm so sorry, I just missed something out. The Power Platform, yeah? We're going to be talking about the Power Platform, and I'll be introducing Olajumoke Toriola to come on the stage for this session. It will be a period of 15 minutes, and then we'll take 3 minutes for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. My brother from Ghana. let me say it again. Is it Namaste? Did I get it? Oh. All right then. Just fill in the gap for me. Thank you so much. I think I'm waiting for my slide to come up. My name is Olajumoke Toriola. I'm super excited to be here, and I hope everyone is excited to be here as I am. Okay. I think I can. Yeah. All right then. So, one of the things I want to appreciate the organizer of this program, even though I'm part of them. But I want to say a big thank you to everyone that has put in effort, and also to our sponsor. We appreciate you for hosting us and also the likes of other sponsors that we've had. Thank you so much. All right. Oh, okay. Is it? Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, sugar. Don't worry. My team is making fun of me because they know me with oh sugar. I'm still not responding. Okay. All right. Sound. I should hold on. I don't know. Okay, while that is going on, while that is being fixed, I think my topic is actually going to be buttressed on what Sam has already spoken about. And my topic is going to be a combination of Microsoft 365 Copilot, Power Apps, Power Platform, and then the Microsoft Security Copilot. So I think they're giving me three topics in one, which is quite very exciting. My name is Olajumoke Toriola. As a way of introduction, I'm the CTO of Hashem Limited. And apart from being the CTO of Hashem Limited, I'm a Microsoft most valuable professional. And then the part that I don't really like to, I know he's going to laugh. The part I'm a Microsoft regional director also, but then I am not a Microsoft staff. So I always like to leave that disclaimer because when people hear that you're a Microsoft regional director, I think I got a lot of too much of congratulations and again request for job. So I like to leave that disclaimer ahead of time. I am not a Microsoft staff, but the regional director program is a program that is the highest level of award really that is accorded to one. And then it is a program that has to do with people that are knowledgeable in the industry, leadership, and then to driving knowledge of what Microsoft solution is all about. And then, apart from that, when I'm not doing anything IT, I like to cook. So don't mistake it for my size. Actually, just like to try my hands on different delicacies. A lot of people call me MJ, but in no way Michael Jackson because I don't know how to take any steps. But I think that name came about when I discussed with my team to give me a name that is they are comfortable with, and then that stuck. Immediately they gave MJ. So MJ is very popular. Anywhere you go is MJ, MJ, MJ. But it's actually to my team, and I have a very fantastic team. All right, so I will not be the only one speaking. Is it going now? Oh, do I have someone come down to come assist because I think this is taking too long. All right. So when we talk about technology, really, when we talk about the M365 Copilot, one of the things we need to bear at the back of our mind is that the fourth industrial revolution, which is what we're really talking about here, which is the riding on the fourth wave, there is always this concern, really, that machines is going to take over the job of humans. However, it has come to a stage where there is actually an intersection with machines and humans. This is the stage we are in right now. And what I mean by that is that we have seen technology advance by the use of AI. They call it destructive innovation. That is what is happening. Is a revolution. It can even be, it is more than an evolution right now. So what you have seen right now is a situation where you have machines and then they're working in collaboration with humans. And that is the whole story of the Microsoft 365 Copilot and all of the ones that they've been we've been talking about. And then okay. So can we change the slide moving? Okay, so that's all the discussion we want to talk about today. Is it okay now? All right, great. All right, so there's one important information I left about myself. I'm also a co-founder of Tech Stylers, a community of women in tech. What we focus on is bringing more women into tech. However, because I don't want to sound biased, sometimes if you can wear a virtual skirt as guys or men, you can actually join us. And I want you to give it up to my brother in Ghana. He's actually the one that gave us the name Textile, and he's the one that even designed our logo. That's Sam, was it? So thank you very much, Sam, once again. And then if you want to, you can reach out to me. I'm supposed to do this. Is it moving? Not again. So I think I will appreciate maybe they change it.
Yeah, if we could do the slides from the control room to just move it that way, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, so we've seen the intersection of human beings with machine, like I said, and that in essence, what it's trying to do is to ensure that as we go on, we're working side by side with machines as human beings to enhance our work. And when it comes to Microsoft 365 Copilot, the real focus is around productivity. When we talk about productivity, every one of us today, I'm sure you are used to some of the productivity tools we use. And can any one of you just name one of the productivity tools you are aware of? Maybe anyone from the audience? I just want to be sure that we all know what our productivity tools are. Yes? Great. SharePoint. Teams. Yes. Yes, PowerPoint. Good. So things like PowerPoint, Outlook for emails, those are your productivity tools. And what we're about to see is to see how all of these tools really can enhance your productivity with the introduction of the Copilot, which is an AI tool that is right now built into Microsoft productivity tools. And when we talk about Copilot, I want us to have an idea of what a Copilot is. Assuming you are a pilot in a plane. Now, the co-pilot, you are the main pilot, and then the co-pilot is like your assistant that is actually going to be helping you to do some stuff. So when I hear people sometimes say, AI is going to take my job, that is some of the example I give them to calm their mind. You can still be in charge. The only thing that is required of you is to be relevant in the technology as it is evolving in the day. So if you think that AI is going to take your job, just like my brother said, you just need to ensure that you upskill yourself and then ensure you're using the tool. Okay. So is unfortunate that you have seen my face alone because I think my slide is what should have been shown. Oh. Oh, okay. Let's see. Because this is the this is not. I don't think so because this is this. It's still the same. Oh, okay. Thank you. I hope I'm the one changing or they're the one changing for me. All right, great. Yeah, so let's talk about the 4 key takeaways of the 4th industrial revolution, which is what we refer to sometimes as the 4th wave. Now, it is reshaping the future of business and technology, of how we work. That is something we cannot take away from it. And then it is all about digital transformation, which means that we're going to be leveraging on artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, blockchains, and the likes of automation really to drive the changes that we want today. Again, is talking about globalization and connectivity, which means we're going to see connected. You are going to see connected technologies. We're going to be connected in a very massive way with one another. Businesses are going to find themselves connected in such a way that they can drive value even for their customers. And then when we talk about Microsoft 365 Copilot, which is really what I want to talk about today, we said Copilot is actually an integration. Let me go back. Are they changing it?
Microsoft 360.
So we talk about Microsoft 365 Copilot. It's actually a combination of large language models, which is exactly what Sam spoke about the other time. And then what happens is that all your data today that you generate, whether from your files, from your SharePoint, or from Outlook, all of those data are actually from your Microsoft 365 apps are actually modeled within the large language model, and then it becomes something that can drive productivity and for your use at the end of the day. That is what the Microsoft 365 Copilot is all about. And so I just have a short video that I feel that can explain it very well, and that's going to play next.
Microsoft 365 Copilot is powered by what we call the Copilot system, a sophisticated processing and orchestration engine. It harnesses the power of three foundational technologies: the Microsoft 365 apps, that's Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, Teams, and more. The Microsoft Graph, that's all your content and context, your emails, files, meetings, chats, and calendar. And a large language model, or LLM, a creative engine capable of parsing and producing human-readable text, all accessible through natural language. It starts with a prompt from you in an app. Copilot pre-processes the prompt through an approach called grounding. Put simply, grounding improves the quality of the prompt, so you get answers that are relevant and actionable. One of the most important parts of grounding is making a call to the Microsoft Graph to retrieve your business content and context. Copilot combines this user data from the graph with other inputs to improve the prompt. It then sends that modified prompt to the LLM. You may be familiar with what an LLM can do based on your experience with ChatGPT or Bing Chat. Copilot takes the response from the LLM and post-processes it. This post-processing includes additional grounding calls to the graph, responsible AI checks, security, compliance, and privacy reviews, and command generation. Finally, Copilot sends a response to the user and commands back to the apps. Copilot iteratively processes and orchestrates these sophisticated services to produce a result that feels like magic.
And it all feels like magic truly, because at the end of the day, it is actually a very amazing what you can do with Copilot. Now, one of the things I want us to do is to be able to see what Copilot will do today with Microsoft Word, the actions of Copilot in Microsoft Word. One of the things you can do real fast with Copilot in Microsoft Word is that it can assist to help you to draft your document real fast. And then there was a concern I saw on the TV once, and there was this video clip that a lecturer was almost cutting his head off, so to say, and they was getting angry with the student because he gave the students assignments to do, and all of them just went to ChatGPT, and then they got all the assignment. I know a lot of us are familiar with that, So, but sometimes because of, when you talk about plagiarism and all of that, you want to be more careful when you're using ChatGPT, because of sometimes you want things to come up from you, things to really originate from you. So there are documents that you have. I found this quite very, very, very cool, because from within Microsoft Word, it can actually transform your documents. From Microsoft Word, you can with Copilot, you can actually turn it to a PowerPoint slide, and we'll see that in a bit. That is the cool feature of Copilot. So with Copilot, you can actually also do what? Chat with Copilot to instruct you to do some few things with Microsoft Word. So I'm just going to play this video for you to just see this particular document that someone has come up with. And then all it needs is just to generate some form of what? Some form of, I think someone is playing. So just to generate some form of summary from the
That
document.
massive yearly review in your inbox? Let's make it a bit more digestible. Let me show you what Copilot can do. Open it up, and I'm simply going to select Summarize this doc. And off it goes. Perfect if you're crunched for time or need to sum it up for a quick email. And there we go. All 22 pages, boiled down to just the main points and key takeaways. Copilot even suggests follow-up questions, or just follow up with your own. Let's try this. Boom. Pretty nice, right? That's what Copilot can do for you.
Cool, right? So you can imagine if you have 64 pages. You know, one of the things for IT professionals like myself, if there is, can somebody tell me what is the boring part of your work? Thank you. Proposals. I can be so tired. Ideas may not come. And sometimes, you know when those ideas come? Maybe in the middle of the night when you just get up to use the restroom. And then you're struggling to sleep and at the same time. So I'm looking forward to this, really. I mean, I'm super excited and I'm really looking forward to it because the general availability is going to happen sometime this month. There is a general availability as of November 1st, but this is for just EA customers. For those that is enterprise customers. But later this month, it's going to be generally available for the rest of the consumers. Now, good. So this is Copilot. Like I said, I'm more of doing a demo. That's why I'm riding on what Sam has already done because he has spoken a lot, but just to spice up the whole system. So let's look at what Copilot looks like when it comes to Outlook. Now, with Outlook, you can actually start email quickly. And again, you can actually generate a summary and follow up with a meeting. So assuming you are on a vacation and you came along, and because you're going on that vacation, you decided to follow up on a meeting that you cannot attend. Sometimes it even happens that you are supposed to be in 2 different meetings at the same time, which sometimes happen. When you see me sometimes on Teams, you might see me going on a meeting on my mobile device, another meeting on the web, another meeting on the desktop. So I can be going on 3 meetings at the same time. But what Copilot has done right now is the possibility for you to be able to come back and then get into that meeting as if you were there. You will see everything that is being discussed. You will say, oh, who said what? This is actually different from transcription or caption because it's going to tell you why decisions were made and all of that. So we just see that also in action. Okay. I think me and this.
Copilot in Outlook can help you prioritize your time and stay on top of meetings. Here, you've been invited to a meeting that conflicts with another meeting you're already attending. Clearly, you can only attend one. From the meeting invite, you can choose to RSVP with follow. Switching over to your calendar, you can see that you're now following this meeting. Once the meeting starts on Teams, the organizer will receive a notification to record the meeting because someone is following. Now, after the meeting is done and the recording is ready, Copilot will notify you that the meeting recap is ready for you to review. You can then ask Copilot some questions about the meeting, like, summarize this meeting, or are there any action items for me? That way you can stay on top of things as if you were present during the meeting.
Cool, right? So I'm sure a lot of us, the one that I love most, and I'm still saying the one I love most till today is Copilot in PowerPoint. How many of you struggle to make PowerPoint slides? How much we struggle to make PowerPoint slide, and then ideas are not coming, and then the whole PowerPoint is scattered. And again, maybe it has too much words, the headings are not formatted, and all of that. And all of these, to be honest, I want us to give it to Microsoft, really, because as it is, you're going to be more productive and focus more on what is needed, which is where the future of work is going. It is no longer, oh, you're going to be sitting and telling your boss calls you and said, I've been working on a slide for, I have 2 days. I've been working. Oh, what have you been working on for the past 2 days? It's that slide that we have to show our customer. No longer. If you do not know how to use the tool will leave you behind. And the people that know how to use the tool will do what? We take over. So it is actually very important that we do what? We upskill ourselves to evolve as the tool is being used. So with Copilot in PowerPoint, these are the things you can do. You can turn your inspiration into stunning and professional presentation. You can actually do what? Summarize your presentation, and at the end of the day, organize your presentation. So we're going to watch how this really works. I'm super excited about this because, to be honest, it is the best so far.
Okay, brand new PowerPoint here. Let's see how quickly I can turn my design report into a compelling presentation. Copilot open. Let's go down to the prompt guide.
Just pay attention to how he picks a Word document.
Create from a file. Copilot suggesting recent ones, and yep, there's the one I want. Click send, and let's see what we get.
It's picking, so let's say your proposal that you've written, and you want to turn it to what? A PowerPoint slide. This is what you're going to do.
Okay. This looks like a pretty great start. I'm going to go in and do some refining, but oh, I've got an idea. Let's try Copilot one more time here.
You just need to instruct.
Make the titles on all slides green. Okay, that was cool.
And then he
this
made the
might
title.
get done faster than I thought. That's what Copilot can do for you.
How many of you are excited about using this? I'm actually excited. And the last one I'm going to be showing really will be on Teams. How many of us are using Teams today? How many of us? How many of us are using Microsoft Teams? How many of us like Microsoft Teams compared to Slack? Or compared to Google Meet? All right. So we're going to be looking at what it's going to do with Microsoft Teams. So you can have more effective meeting. You can catch up on chats. And then you can bring everything together actually into Teams. So let's see what we're going to have with Teams right now.
Imagine you have an appointment that conflicts with your weekly business review. What if you could do both? With Copilot, you can opt to follow a meeting. After the meeting ends, Copilot will summarize what you missed. You'll get a notification in Teams when the recap is ready. This recap will highlight content that was shared, summarized notes, and any action items for you or others whose names were mentioned. You see that one of your customers was discussed, and you want to learn more. You can ask Copilot clarifying questions, and it provides a detailed response. It can tell you why a certain decision was made and gives you helpful context. You can even ask Copilot what other solutions were considered, and it provides citations from the transcript so you can see where Copilot drew these conclusions. It's a huge time saver.
Thank you so much. So this is Copilot in Microsoft 365. But before I go, in the spirit of always, I still have more to do, sorry. So I'm going to be inviting to the stage now Annabelle Okumose. I always like to showcase my ladies because, like I said, I'm a community person and I like to bring more women into tech. But if you can wear a virtual skirt, you can join us. So no problem. So Annabelle is going to be speaking on Microsoft Power Platform, and then she's going to be talking, demoing a little bit of what Copilot also is. So over to you. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, MJ. Good day, everybody. My name is Annabelle Okomose, and I am a Power Platform developer. My hobbies are watching movies and reading literature. So, firstly, before I start, I would just like to give a brief introduction to Power Apps, because today I'm going to be showing a demo of Copilot in Power Apps. With a show of hands, please, how many people know about Power Apps? Okay, I see a significant number. So what Power Apps does is, Power Apps allows us to build applications with low code or no code. So what does that mean? That means you will be able to build an app without writing a single line of code. For developers, they might see, what does that even mean? But for somebody like me, after I graduated, I had difficulties learning how to code. I really did not just like coding. I did not know why. I did not have the concentration. I did not want to do that. Microsoft welcomed me with both hands and introduced me to Power Platform. With Power Platform, I am able to automate processes, build applications, and I don't even need to write a single line of JavaScript or even any line of code at all. I just need to do drag and drop. This was life-changing for me. So a brief introduction to Power Apps is a component of Power Platform that allows you to build applications that will solve your specific business needs. So Microsoft has not just given us the ability to build application for our business. They've taken it a step further by introducing Microsoft Copilot for Power Apps. Okay, so why that slides come up? What is Copilot? Normally, if I am to build an application, I would write everything I need to do down. I'll need to structure my data. I'll need to do drag and drop, writing formulas. Microsoft said, let me make your life so much easier. So even if you do not know how to write code or you don't know how to do drag and drop, you don't have an idea, you open up Microsoft Copilot and you write a brief description of what you want. You say, I want to build an inventory application. Or you can simply write, I want to build an application that take notice of what we do in our business. Your specific business need, write it. If you can think about it, if there is something that you know you need an app to do, Microsoft will do it for you. So you write it and you click on submit. Once you submit it, the next step is it will generate the database using Dataverse. Dataverse is a database system by Microsoft. So not only will the database be generated, that means you do not have to now create the database by yourself like I formerly needed to do. You are able to edit the database. If it creates a column for me, and in the column, okay, please pause that. In the column created is a text column, and I want that column to be a choice column. I will just write, please kindly change this column to a choice column, and I click submit. Automatically, it changes that for me. Also, if I want to add more column, if I'm creating an inventory app, and in my company, we do auto number of every item we have, I can say, kindly add a column that says, that is an auto numbering column that increases by 10. And I submit it, and automatically, it does that for me. Once I click on create app, it creates the application for me. If that was all, it would have been good. Once you go into the application now, you are able to chat in your application. So that means you are able to interact with your app. So formerly, I would have needed to create a dashboard or a report screen to gain information regarding the data I have. With Copilot, I am able to ask the application specific questions relating to my data. And by doing that, it gives me a response. So I don't need to build dashboard. So if I don't know Power BI and I want to know what is the highest product that is currently being purchased, I'll write it there and I click on submit and it gives me a response. If I want to know what product do we have less, I write it there and it gives me a response. We're going to play this short demo now that shows us details about Copilot in action.
As you run a car dealership and inspect cars every day, you want to make sure your customers receive the most personalized update.
Okay, thank you.
Let's check out Copilot for Power Apps. So to get started, what we're going to do is we're going to say, make me an app to track my Star Wars and Lego toys. And then we're going to say, create an app. There you can see it made us a table with a bunch of sample items and a bunch of columns, right? All built for us. We didn't do any of that. Now we're going to say, hey, let's get rid of the image column because we don't want that. No big deal.
So we're deleting a
And then we're
column.
going to say, add a column for tracking whether or not I own it. Ask it for suggestions. We will use its suggestion to remove the number of pieces column. And then now I say, create the app. Here we can see it drops us in. We'll hit F5, and now we're using the app. This is App Copilot. We can then use one of its suggestions, or we can ask it in natural language about our data. And then, of course, it's just a regular Power App with galleries and forms over here. And it's responsive, which means that we can just use the app no matter what the size of our screen is. Pretty awesome.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, we're able to describe what we want. An application is built, and we can ask a question relating to our database. Next up will be Copilot in Power Automate. So before this video is played, I'll just briefly explain what Power Automate does. So Power Automate, simply put, is those repetitive tasks that you have to do over and over again in your organization. With the use of Power Automate, you're able to do that without stressing yourself. If, for example, every day I have to send a mail to my boss, I will build a simple scheduled flow that runs every day without my input, and the mail will be sent. As little as sending a mail to as large as transferring data from one data source to another. So now we're going to play a short video on Copilot in Power Automate.
As you run a car dealership and inspect cars every day, you want to make sure your customers receive the most personalized updates about their vehicle's inspections. With Power Automate, you can easily build an automation to send these email notifications. As you can see, this email is clear, concise, and friendly. It also includes relevant information such as the invoice amount and the payment options. How do we create this email workflow? It's simple. We can just say what we want to automate in every language on Power Automate. Right from the homepage, we can just type. On a daily basis, collect all the performed inspections from Power Apps. For those that have passed, compose an email summary and attach the invoice from SAP. For those that have failed, send an email to the customer clarifying why and attaching the repair quote. In just seconds, Power Automate took that description we provided and created for me an end-to-end automation workflow. A connection with SAP has been created just like that, and an invoice can automatically get retrieved and analyzed. Then, Azure OpenAI takes care of automatically crafting a personalized email to the customer and attaching the invoice retrieved from SAP. A validation step is automatically added for me so I can review the AI-generated text before it's sent to the customer. And finally, a personalized and rich email with invoice amount and payment options can be sent to the customer. One of the best features of Power Automate is that it adapts to changing business needs. We know that business processes are not static or singular. They need to evolve. That's why Power Automate has a Copilot feature right within the Flow Designer that helps us make changes quickly and easily using natural language. For example, let's say a team of people need to focus on an urgent recall for a group of cars that require inspections with a $0 invoice. We don't need to rewrite our entire workflow from scratch. We just need to tell Power Automate what we want changed and use Copilot to create a collaboration space in Teams. We type, if the car has been inspected, is of the following brand, and the inspection failed, alert a Teams channel. Power Automate Copilot will update our workflow accordingly. Copilot tells me what I need to do next to complete the flow. In this case, complete the details on the Teams action as to which Teams channel to send the message. I can always add more actions and parallel branches using the Power Automate standard controls. Once the flow is finished, I can go ahead and save it. Anyone, no matter their technical expertise, can build an automation flow with Power Automate.
So with these short videos, we've been able to show that you do not need a very high level of skill in the technology space to be able to automate your process or build a simple application. Copilot has given us the ability to do so much at the tip of our fingers. Thank you.
Thank you, Annabelle. So finally on the stage, I will be inviting Opeoluwa, and then how we'll see security, because I know a lot of us are concerned about security. How does all of these tools that we're using, how do we build in security into it?
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Opeoluwa Inos, and I'll be talking about what's new in Microsoft security. I don't know, do we have any security personnel in the house? Anyone? It has only him. Anyone? Okay, so a brief introduction about me. My name is Okolu Ainos once again. Okay. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer and I'm also a cloud security engineer at Hashem Limited. I have over 8 years work experience and then I also love learning languages. I love watching Asian movies. When I talk about languages, not the hard ones like the German, it's the simpler ones that and I also love reading. Okay, so are we talking about the Microsoft 365 Security Copilot? Now, most of us that are in the security field, or the ones that are not in the security field, I'll just give you a brief talk about a discussion about Microsoft 365 Security. Microsoft 365 Security, we have various products. We have the Microsoft Intune, we have the Microsoft Sentinel, we have the Defender family. We have in the Defender family, we have the Microsoft Defender for Office 365, Identity, Cloud Apps, Endpoints, and Cloud. Now, if we have heard about our native antiviruses, our native antiviruses, what do they do for us? They help us to find threats. Those are the signature-based threats that we already know about. And what about the ones that are evolving? You know that as technology is evolving, also we need to protect our data. Security, that's the hackers. Let me not say the security people. The hackers are also evolving with new threats. We know that we have over 1 million threats created per hour or per minute. And what happens to these threats? How do you identify these threats if you are using your native antivirus that knows only the ones that have the signature? What about the ones that do not have any signature? That's where the machine learning and the AI comes in place. We have the Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. Microsoft integrates AI and machine learning into their tools to make things easier for us. Now, take for instance Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. Just because we don't know this particular antivirus, with behavioral analysis, Microsoft knows that, okay, this is an anomaly. This is not something that we already know, or is not something that is going to be useful in the environment, something that is going to cause harm, is not safe just because of the way it is behaving. It is something that is different from the normal way our devices, our users interact. So with the behavioral analysis, it finds out that, okay, this is something different. So it detects it and it tells you about it. Now we have the Microsoft 365 Security Copilot. What does 365 Security Copilot help you to do? It makes things easier for you as a security person. We, the security people, most times we spend a lot of days, a lot of hours, a lot of minutes trying to figure out where these threats emerged from. You know, these threats that want to know how many devices it has affected in the organization, because if you don't have that idea, it's going to spread around. So we need to know that. We need to also do some coding, because security people also do coding. It's not just the Power Platform people or the developers that, you know, Python and all. Security people do coding, and the coding that we do is the KQL, Custo Query Language. That's what we use to do the threat hunting. Now, if we are doing the threat hunting, it's going to take us a long time to achieve that. But with Microsoft Security Copilot, is an AI tool. An AI tool that makes work easier for us. With it, you could do incident response, security posture management, and security reporting. What does that mean? You could go ahead and tell the tool that I want to know where I am as an organization, or I want to know where I am as an individual, because some of us, we have our personal labs. I want to know where I am as an individual in terms of security. Instead of going to the Microsoft Secure Score, it gives you a summary of this is where you're supposed to look at. in terms of your security. These are the things that you are lacking in. These are the loopholes in your environment that you need to look into. Now, in terms of threat hunting, instead of going through the stress of trying to figure out where did this threat originate from, the IP addresses and all that information, with Copilot, all you need to do is ask it a question. It's an AI tool, just like how you use your chat GPT for various things to make things easier for you. You just go into your chat GPT and ask it a question. That is the same way the Microsoft 365 Copilot, security Copilot works. So I don't have a fancy video to make us excited. My video is quite dark. That's how the developers look. This is a video for developers, actually. It's not exciting, it's dark screen. So can we play the video? Okay, you can see that it's asking the Copilot some questions on Intune, asking it about a particular device, whether it is compliant. I don't know if I mentioned anything about Microsoft Intune. It's an MDM solution. What it does is device management. For those of us that might not know, device management, and also protects your devices in your organization. You don't want people to start taking information of the organization and spreading it around. Microsoft Intune makes you to achieve that. So you want to find out devices that are compliant in your organization. You can also make use of it to find out the ones that are not compliant. You know that the ones that are not compliant, they're not supposed to be in the organization. If not, they are going to cause a lot of problems. So the next video. Okay, so we're now asking it that, can it elaborate on the entity? That's an incident has happened now, and you want to find out more information about the entity that is affected. It gives you the IP address. It gives you the host information. It gives you the account name that are signed into it. If you did not want to come to use this Copilot, you have to go through the stress of going to security.microsoft.com, and then you click on the incident. After clicking on the incident, you click on the devices that are affected. You start clicking on the files, the processes that are affected. Instead of going through that stress, all you need to do is type the incident, type the entities. It gives you summary of the incidents that have occurred in your environment or in your organization. Next video. It also gives you a report-based view of the things that have happened in your environment in terms of threats. You want to have an idea, what are the things that have happened? You see, the incident assessment is giving you information about that. Now, what about, not just incidents now, what about the things to do when these incidents have occurred or before the incidents have occurred? It gives you that information. So Copilot makes work easy for each and every one of us. Now, one of the things that was not mentioned by MJ and my co-presenter is that it is still in the preview stage. It's not out, it's not generally available. It just was announced around last month, October 10 or October 16. So if you want to make use of it, that's organizations that might want to make use of it, you have to send an email to Microsoft sales representative. Or if you are a partner that is a security partner, you can always go to your partner portal and apply for it. Thank you very much for listening.
All right, thank you. So I think we've been able to show you what Microsoft 365 Copilot is all about. And then you've also watched Copilot in Power Platform, and also on top of it, security in Copilot. Okay. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope this has been very helpful to
Please,
you.
you can still stay on the stage. Thank you, MJ, and your team for this presentation. We'll take 2 questions before we move on. 2, so let me take from you.
Okay, I think Annabelle has another session, so she has to quickly rush out. Okay, all right.
Yes. All right, thank you. Good morning or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Daniel. My question is more on the power platform side. there were points where she made about an automated flow and then creating no code or low code stuff. And my mind was drawn more to the limitations of such. From what I've seen, or from seen so far about no code or the Power Platform, it seems to have some sort of limitations because for more complex products, I'm thinking about how it would be easy to create such. If I'm creating an automated flow, for example, there might be extensive instructions I want to give my product. Do you think that is possible to now, or are there limitations?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Thank you. So far, with my experience, I've been able to build very complex automation. I mean, very complex automation. If there is one thing I'm very confident in is the fact that whatever you want to automate, you are able to do it so far. And that's why Microsoft has extended Power Automate from not just Power Automate Cloud to Power Automate Desktop. So currently, you can automate your process using Power Automate Cloud. You can build scheduled flow, automated flows. But what if the process you want to automate, they have a legacy application? What do I mean by that? What if you want to automate an application for a company that is currently not on Microsoft Cloud? You can actually build a custom connector right now. You can actually speak to the company's API to build a process around that. And also, even if as far as a website, if you want to spool data from a website, for example, daily you have to spool data from First Bank or GT Bank, you can actually build flows around that. So Power Automate has not been limited to sending of emails or posting of Teams chat. That is one of the beauty of Power Automate. They make it as simple that anybody can use it. Okay. But the more you go in it, more people, as advanced as you are able to build far more complex processes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Another question?
All right. Good morning. My name is Daniel. And my question is about Power Platform. What is the future of security? Because from my knowledge, I feel Power Platform would be open source. So what can be done concerning security?
Okay, thank you very much. So far, so good. From my experience, personally, when you are building processes, we already know how far Microsoft has taken their security measures. And I can also tell you that when you build a flow, when you build an app, that's one of the wonderful features of Power Apps. People within your organizations are the only one that have access to it. Or when you create a guest account for people outside. So firstly, you are even able to narrow down, in case of any security breach, you are able to narrow down who or what happened. So for Power Automate also, only people that you have shared your application, your flow with, have access to your flow. If you build a flow, it is yours. Except people with, let me say, someone that has a global admin right, goes behind, and even if that is one of the beauty of Power Automate. Even if somebody goes behind or does anything to sabotage what has been built, we have audit trails of what happened, and you can narrow it down. In my organization, we had a similar situation, and we're able to narrow it down to who did it and when it happened. So that's what currently one of the ways Microsoft has put to fight security.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, just to add to what Shaz said, there's something called data loss prevention for Power Platform. So what this does is that you can say these are the connectors or where she should get the information from. If you don't want your users, a specific user, to be getting information from Twitter, you could stop that. If you do not want the user to get from a particular open source that your company does not allow, you could stop that. So that's another thing that you can do.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to make an exception. One more question. Or MJ, would you like to say something else to this?
No. I think my girls are doing well.
Great. and please, Jonah, if you could please come down. I like the way three of you are standing. I want you to take a bow at some point, and then we'll take a picture. Powerful women. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Abba Antonia. So, with what they have said, everything is sounding intriguing and it's becoming more confusing. So, should we, okay, those of us coming up, are we to learn the code or the no code?
Okay, so that's a very interesting question. And then I would say first, what is your passion? I think the first thing is that you want to do something that aligns with your passion, right? And then beside that, if you know, even though you want to, there is nothing that says that even if you start from the low code, you cannot go the advanced and still learn the native programming. It will be to an advantage to you really when you learn the native programming, because if you can actually have if you know some coding language that you can even use to extend the functionality of what of perhaps and all of that, that's your advantage. And now what Microsoft has done is that they've built the platform in such a way that if you are codeless, so to say, you can come in and start. And then if you also have a knowledge of coding, you can also come in and then still work with Power Platform. That is the beauty of it. And I used to say this to somebody, for you, just because you said it's confusing. Do you like PowerPoint? If you like PowerPoint, I'll tell you, learn Power Apps. Because it's as good as just dragging and pasting. And as you learn, you can now start saying that, oh, I want to go outside of that and probably maybe add a little bit of Python to it to extend maybe functionality. But with Copilot coming in, it will make your work a lot easier. So the era we are in right now is, are you working smarter or you're working harder? That is where we are right now. So if you tell me, for some of us that are growing old like me, I would prefer to quickly learn the one that will give me result and will make me shine on time.
Thank you so much, MJ. And please, we're just going to take a picture with three of you there. Yes.
They said I'm vertically challenged.
Just quickly, let's just do that. So you can take a bow and leave. Thank you. Okay, so we're just going to quickly move to the next session, and I'll be inviting on the stage Emmanuel Odumusi to take us on soft skills, because he's also trying to catch a flight, I believe. We'll try to do this as quickly as possible and get his questions as well. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. Okay. The interesting thing about my session is I'm coming in as an interlude. And so everybody here seems to be very serious. And this time around, we need to break up a little, relax and then interact and learn. So let me start. The slide. I need everybody to see my slide. I need us to discuss. I'm Emmanuel Odumusi. I'm a business, okay. I have plenty portfolio, but I'm a digital business consultant. I currently work with ECOWAS on a World Bank funded project across the whole ECOWAS. And please remind me, there is something for you on that project. I also work with GIZ. I also consult with GIZ. So if you have an ISO, Innovation Support Solution Organization, there is something for you. Then also if you're an independent consultant too, there's something for you. Hopefully I'll be able to share some of them and then we'll see how we'll go from there. Now, over time, I've been dealing with SMEs, I've been dealing with digital solutions providers, and we discovered, okay, this thing is jumping on my behalf. Good. And I looked at how do I communicate what we have or what I've seen in this industry. And I titled my discussion today, what? Please, what is the title? Help me now. Please, don't be serious. Let's interact. What is the title? Why they play? Because research findings from my work, from what we've been doing, shows that, one, Nigeria is becoming a knowledgeable nation. A lot of people are going to learn tech. Before, it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, when you say I'm a web designer, you're so unique. Now, you're a web designer, you find another person that is web designer, graphic designer, there's Canva, there are so many solutions with Microsoft and all, and it seems as if because I'm a website designer or I use any of this Microsoft tool, by the time I leave this position and go there, I find somebody else that is doing the same thing. And interestingly, the government is also doing, I'm sure you've heard about what Bosun, the Honorable Commissioner Minister, is doing, 3 million technical person, training and all. Now, the option is, you've been hearing a lot of Microsoft solutions. Are you actually working or you dey play? Yes. Because the competition in the Nigerian space would keep increasing. The way you entered into this space of tech, the way I entered into the space of tech, that's the same way a lot of people will keep entering the space of tech. What will make people know that you didn't come here to play, but you came here to work and get results? So the competition is there. And then we discovered that strategy is absent. And my goal here is to let you know that it's not about what you know, because we're getting information age. We all have a lot of information. You can sit anywhere today and learn any tool with YouTube. But the question is, what are you using? What strategies are you using to make sure that you convert the technology you have into business? And so I'm relating to the topic of the whole event we're having, the future of business and technology. But my topic is also, subtopic is also adjusted to the business of technology. Because the fact that you know technology, you know any digital solution, and you don't know the business part of it, you keep complaining. True of us. So let's move forward. Now, we've all heard, and then a lot of speakers have said it, and I'm sure a lot of speakers will say it, AI is taking away jobs. The truth is, yes, it's taking some jobs, and then it's not taking all jobs. But you are special because you are the doctor. Why? The more sick people there are, the more you look for doctors. The more technology they have, the more we look for people like you. And so it's for your benefit that AI, augmented reality, softwares, and all these solutions are coming up. Because your positioning is now what matters. Are you just going to be on the consumption side? Or now you're going to be on the producing side, where you start showing the world that, yes, I am a professor in this area of technology. Moving forward, how many of us have a sheet of paper? Because I need us to talk to yourself now. Do you have a sheet of paper and a pen with you? Yes. Now, you're going to draw only your face on the paper. Please do. Yes, I've drawn my own, so you have to draw your own. No. Okay, so now, but I just need you to draw a face. Just do. If you have a sheet of paper, do that. Just a 1-minute exercise. If you have it on your phone anyway, just draw what I would say yourself, but draw. Yes, just draw something. Draw a face, draw you. Draw you on a sheet of paper on your phone anywhere, because we want to talk to you. 1 minute. Just draw yourself. If somebody has said you have a very small eyes, make sure the eyes is small. If they've been complimenting you're one of the most beautiful ladies in the world, make sure what you're drawing is beautiful. Yes. Are we done? Just draw, just draw, just draw. If you draw, you'll be able to follow me. If you don't draw, you just listen. So draw. Try. Have you drawn yourself? Yes, good. Show your neighbor and say, see how handsome I am. Please now, do. Okay, good. Now, we're going to answer some questions and try to talk to you that you have drawn. And the first question is, why tech? So, why tech? Of all industries, why tech? Is it because you found a gap? Or is it because you are passionate about it? Or because you want to make money? Or because people are doing it? Which one? Now, it's good to talk to yourself and say, honestly, Alpha Emmanuel, why am I doing this? Because if you don't know your why, there'll be a lot of confusion. Now, if you're doing it for bandwagon, you will get tired because a lot of solutions, a lot of applications, a lot of software will keep coming and you get frustrated. Now, if you're doing it for passion, please do it for passion, but don't forget that profit is important for sustenance. So how many of us are doing it only for passion? Raise up your hand. Passion and profit. Profit above passion. I love that. So good. Now, there's a need to balance this. You need to find where you're passionate about and really, really know you're passionate about it, because tech could be boring. If you are not passionate about tech, it's going to be very, very boring to you. The other aspect is profit. How do I make money from this? And we're going to talk about it a little thereafter. How do I make money from this? And then where is my capacity? And that's what leads me to what actually are you supposed to do? What are you actually supposed to do? The question that she asked was a prelude to this discussion, because I know it's going to be a question. When you attend tech event and attend tech event like this, everybody is the specialist, professor. Everybody seems to be always there. And then people that don't know their way about, they're like, okay, where do I start from? Remember where we said why? If you're passionate about designs, then focus on designs. Even if you think that software guys are getting paid higher, focus on designs. I'm a tech guy. I tried to learn coding, but my brother, my sister, it's not easy. I couldn't cope. I just went into the digital project management, business development aspect. And that is, by God's grace, that's what got me the jobs I'm doing across Africa. There was a time I learned CSS, HTML fine, and I tried to learn, but I saw that was not something I could do. But when you tell me speak, Emmanuel, when you tell me train, when you tell me, come up with creative concepts, come up with strategy to make sure that the users, the consumer, the people drop stories, user stories and all, Emmanuel is there. And I focused on that, and that's my core. And I have friends, and some of us here that you can sit indoor all day, coding all those things that we don't understand. And all the result is the key. The key thing is, please and please, a lot of tools are available. Don't get overwhelmed. There's the power tool. There's the productivity tool. There are so many tools. Don't get overwhelmed. Go in line with what you seem to like. The way people, if you're a professional in PowerPoint, please focus on that. And then if you're a professional or you like maybe coding itself, please focus on that. If you don't like code, please go for no code. Don't get pressured. Please, don't get pressured. If you like code, what do? Go for code. Now, if your area of specialization is also important to do, so what do you need to do? Please make a decision before you leave, because you would not survive the tech industry if you don't know actually where you want to be the star and you want to be on top. The next question is who? So who do I need to talk to? Before we leave here, there are people, honorable people among us, experienced people among us. Please connect, Connect. Because you don't know where that $5,000 monthly income would come from. And I can ask the experienced people among here, how do you get your job? Is by recommendations. It's not by how much you know. Now, you need to know to get recommended. But by the time you can deliver, and you're told to develop, to work on Excel, and then you work on Power BI, and your output is amazing, what do you think would happen? Recommendations will come. So as much as you're learning the core skills of typing, coding, and whatever, the soft side of it is important. Who do you need to know? And you need to be deliberate about it. Map them out. Hire some people here and say, this guy, this person, he has mentioned his name on social media, let me connect. Yes. And because you might forget, before you leave, you just say, hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. I met you at so, and so. Like, let's connect. That alone is enough. Now, let me tell you the interesting thing. People respect and value people with frequency of what they say about them. You keep getting a good impression that, oh, this person is good in PowerPoint. This person is good in Power BI because you see the result they're producing. So you need to show your work. And who needs to see it? See, play around it. Find a way around it. But please and please, people need to know what you can do. Don't learn tech. Don't invest 1 year of your life in learning any tech solution and stay indoor. Because if we don't know you, if we don't see you, either physically or virtually, you would waste your talent. How many of us know somebody that is very good, but is very broke because he does not always have jobs? You know. Why? Because they are not visible. Those that need to know them, those that need to see them, are not seeing them. So after I'm done, you're going to get new set of power tools, new set of tools, new set of softwares, new set of introduction into one area or the other. Please, if you know it, but you don't know people, and people don't know you, you just have the knowledge, it's a waste. And it is the business of technology we came to discuss. That how do you turn the technology knowledge you have into a business? That any of these tools you already know, how do I convert it into a business? So you need to know who can help you and map them out in your head. Are we good to go? Now, who is in 3 categories like I've written there? Individuals. Who do I need to connect with? Who do I need to get their phone number? 2, communities. I believe some of us are part of the Microsoft community already. If you're not, please, 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 don't leave without being an active member of the community. Don't leave. Don't shoot yourself in the leg by attending an event like this and just leaving and say, oh, now I know what Power Tools can do. I know Autopilot. I know this. So I know Copilot. I know this. I know that. I know that. But okay, is that all? But how do you want to grow? How do you want to know the latest information? The first grant I won as an entrepreneur was just information. Like, Alpha Emmanuel, I know so they do something. There's something that's closing today. Share if you apply. And the person just called and I applied, and then it was a good deal. What am I saying? People need to know you. You need to be in the community. Yes, you need to be in the community. And then you need to know companies. Microsoft, it's so sweet. When she said, I'm the regional, where is she? Director, even though she did disclaimer, but in our head, regional, get choice. True or false? Yes, we are regional. One way or the other, as much as you don't want me to come and tell you, Alpha, Microsoft get work, don't worry. Little by little, I know you are regional, you know somebody. Yes. So that's life. You need to know companies and those who work there. If your LinkedIn is not optimized, there's a problem. Now, moving forward, there's a need for courage to ask how. And that is where a lot of us have issues. How do you get from where you are to where you need to be? It sometimes takes 5 years, it takes 2 years. You might not even know how to do it, but ask somebody. So there are 2 options, and I always try to clarify this. You could go through the entrepreneurship route, you could go through the career route. Make your choice. None of the options are bad. Yes, none of the options are bad. At the end of the day, let's not deceive ourselves. The cocoa is ego in the pocket. Yes or no? Because don't be an entrepreneur that how much do your account? Oh man, and last 5K with them house and be this. It does not make sense. And you know all the power tools. No. Microsoft is not going to be happy with you. Because you're not even using what they've given to you to render solution. You think Microsoft is just there because they want you to know? No, because they want you to be a solution provider. So choose either you want to go through the career route and then decide, start mapping out, go to Glassdoor, go see, forget the local job sites. Go to all these online abroad, job sites and look at what is the job descriptions there. That is the beginning for you to get that job. You want to be a Power BI expert. Go on some of these platforms, all these job platforms in UK, in US, and other places, and look at what is the job description so that you don't learn what is not relevant. So get there and learn so that by the time you're working on Power BI or you're working on any of these tools, you know this is the destination. I'm expected when I'm working on Power BI, I should be able to do this. Do visualization, do this, do that. You work with that mindset. Don't just say, I want to be tech. No, there's a goal in mind. So as you're picking and you're learning all through today, pick that area, go online today at home and look at the job description that best fits the tool you want to be the professor in. And then start from there and start learning. Am I communicating? Yeah. Please start from the end in mind. Vision board, yes. Career map. On the business side, okay. On the business side too, choose business if it is business you want to learn. Okay. It's this. The next one is when. And I propose, okay, it would have been nice to see this. When is, okay. When will you give up? If you ask anybody that stands on this podium, have you had reasons to give up in this tech industry? They'll tell you yes. So get ready. You would have times when you say, I thought it was, see, when he's talking, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, ask him what it takes to get that result. The same way anybody that speaks here. So when will you give up? I hope you never give up. Now, finally, let me leave this one because of time. Let me just talk about the two opportunities. Now, I'm working on a project. You want me to go back? They already tell me time is gone. Okay. Okay, I respect time. It's important. Now, okay, so opportunities. If you go online, there are numerous opportunities every day for tech people. Do something for me. Every week, search for opportunities and apply for one. Every week. Make it a Friday routine for you. Funding opportunities, scholarship opportunities, whatsoever. Microsoft has a lot of opportunities. Learning opportunities, international travel opportunities, search. And that's one of the essence of communities too, opportunities. Challenges, I think I mentioned it, when will you give up? You're going to face challenges where you get bored or get tired. You've done it so much and then you don't know what next to do. If I use my own story, it says to leave the learning phase of tech to the revenue generation phase, 7 good years. It's not easy. And for some people, it's longer. For some people, it's 1 year. Maybe your own will be 1 year. Either way, what will I just stay and know where you're going? Leverage on the people around here. Please don't leave without connecting. Please leverage on the community. She's leveraging on me and Tabitha, and I'm leveraging on her. Yes. We did the training, GIZ, and she came, and from there we knew each other, and then community. I also entered the community. I didn't say, why would I enter Microsoft community after working? No. Leverage on people and communities. The cost of quality is going to come at a cost. It does not come free. And I'm being honest with you. You make hard decisions. Either you want to stay, you want to japa, you want to work in this place, you want to work in that place. You're going to make hard decisions for your future. And then communities is important. So, last one. ROGEAP. You can check it online. I'm working on the project. It's a regional off-grid electrification project by ECOWAS. And we are set to help solar SMEs, off-grid SMEs, majorly solar renewable industry. So if you're in the industry or you're providing solution with any of these Microsoft tools for solar electrification and all, just reach out to me, please, by DM preferably. We'll be having, okay, there's fund of between 10,000 to 250,000 USD grants. Yes. And it has to be disbursed fast. So if you're in that space by the privilege of being the one in charge of Nigeria and Liberia and then supporting all the ECOWAS countries, I give this example when I talk about opportunities. It's only a child who has passed JAMB and WAEC that his father, who is this VC of the university, can accept into the university. True of us. If the child does not pass JAMB or WAEC, even if the father is the VC, do you think admission will come in? The only benefit from being the son of a VC or senior lecturer is the fact that you can be supported and guided on the best approach. Abi? Good. And that's the way it is. That's the relationship we have. So don't come and say, oh, you said this, I must. No. You have to have passed the basic requirement. And it's simple. Be an entrepreneur, be in the solar industry, be giving solutions to the solar industry, develop an app with any of these tools for the solar industry. I cannot bring you in. And then with a good proposal, business plan, and all, we could be having a training in December for that. And all. And then now, interestingly, just 20 people that have been mandated to do in the whole of Nigeria. So hopefully one of us is there. The second one is a GISA project that is ongoing, is for ISO. ISO is Innovation Support Organizations. So I know Fulcrum is already there. It's already in my head, I know. Yes. So we will be working with you to do a lot of things. And I think, because I know it's more of organizationals, we'll see how that. Now, if you're a trainer and you want to enter into the development industry as a digital consultant and all, just send me a DM via either of these options and just tell me you came from here, and then I will try and see. But remember again, which is the last word, it's only a child that has passed where I can jam. That words. Thank you very much.
Please, Emmanuel was just standing. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for him. And I sincerely appreciate, talking about the soft skills, extremely important in making the connection. Do we have questions for Emmanuel before he steps down? Because once he leaves his... No question? Okay, we have one at the back.
Thank you very much. My name is Daniel. Again, I'm a product designer, and I was really intrigued by your discussion about business and tech, because for people like me, one of the reasons I enjoy my career is because I do not really enjoy interacting with people. I don't like seeing people's faces. I don't want to step out. It's very tedious. So in creating in having a system for yourself with this kind of behavior where you can stand out or put yourself out there, I think it's very challenging. Like my LinkedIn page and everything is there, my qualification is there, but it's just there. So, so one of the ways to be able to balance up and, without really...
Okay.
I think that's why we're here.
Okay, I should answer. Okay, I should. Okay, great. So, because you're introvert, they play. Yes. See, that's the honest truth. Yes. Life does not care about your personality. Now, the best thing is you channel your strength. You are introvert, you don't like interacting, which is fine. Choose the career line that is in the remote space. and then sit down and say, I want to start targeting companies I want to work with. There is a way your excellence will show based on your portfolio and profile that nobody cares about you working remote. So please and please, you have strengths. Don't focus on, I don't want to interact. Focus on, this is my strength. This is my strength. How do I go out there without being seen physically? And it's simple. Target the people you want. You don't have to see me physically to interact with me. That's the honest truth. A lot of companies will reach out to you via email and because of your LinkedIn profile. Maybe it's not optimized yet. Maybe your portfolio on Behance or many of these platforms are not optimized yet. Or maybe you are not reaching out enough. My brother, reach out to 10 organizations that you target, because for you now, business is out of it. You can't do business without being very interactive. But career, you can work remotely. So if that's the case, sit down and tell yourself, 10 companies every day or every month would see me. On LinkedIn, I want 20 people with this profile to notice me, and I keep saying hi. At a point, they will check your LinkedIn, they will check your portfolio page, and you will get the jobs.
Thank you very much. So please, no day play.
Yes.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Pokwalesaka is my name for the second time. I'm into tech, and my priority area is cloud technologies and data. But I have a challenge. The challenge is that it's not that I don't know the technology, but I've not been able to maximize the market in terms of revenue. Okay. Because we are talking about business. I don't know if there's anything I'm doing wrong. If it's about social pages, yes, I'm available everywhere. But yet my mind is telling me I'm not making enough money.
Okay.
Is there anything that I need to do? Thank you.
Okay. So it will require to solve this issue, require a proper business development session where we'll do a gap analysis, look at what you've been doing, identify the key areas where where we need to support and strengthen, and help you focus on other areas. That's one. Two. So just one area that I'm noticing, your market. If I tell an average, but I'm a cloud person, I'm a cloud architect, how many of you will reach out to me for solutions? Nobody. You see? So this is not my market. So that you're on Instagram and Twitter, we need to ask, is that really your market? So for you, it should be all B2B, that is business to business. And we need see it's something we need to sit down. We could chat me up and then we'll see. Yeah.
Okay,
Please.
thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Chamaka. I'm actually transitioning into tech. I did, or rather, I'm a scientific officer, stroke procurement officer, and I did product management. And I'm also doing digital marketing at the moment. And I want to ask, because you've been saying we should individually seek out tech people, communities, and companies. I want to ask a question. Is there like a community we can, for a beginner like me, and are there also like a volunteer jobs or paid volunteer jobs for beginners like me that are transitioning? Because I don't hear that a lot, because we just say, oh, introduce yourself, have a way of reaching out to people. But when it comes to, because I'm more of like a researcher, like I check online for like jobs online that can help us, especially me, transitioning from my own kind of job to a tech job. So how do we go about that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First thing, it's going to be hard. And it will take time, especially if you're working. One. So get ready. It's going to be hard for the next 2-3 years. It's going to be hard because time, attention is divided, a lot of things. Two, communities. She's here. She's a professor of communities. Yes. So I would throw it to her. I know, but give it to her. She knows communities. She knows. Yes, she's MVP. So she knows. But I think you need to now decide to do extra work. Extra work is, don't wait for somebody to give you communities. I'm sure on Facebook, on all these platforms, there are groups and communities that throw out content. Join. There's no way you join as many as possible that you won't get value from some of them in terms of communities, yes. And then you are a beginner, please. I know we need money, but let's be honest. There are a lot of unengaged, intermediate product managers. Why will I get you and pay you when I know you are a beginner? So seek free to do free, but now your free should not be you do it like you need to earn income. You're doing two things. So for now, the free could be for me to gain experience while I'm making money on this other side. So you're pursuing passion that will turn to profit later on, but you're making profit on the other side. It will be faster for you to get somebody to say, okay, come and work with me and quickly do this, because you're a beginner. Beginners don't make money, they learn. That's the honest truth.
Thank you.
Now, if you now have capacity, you will see that payment will not be an issue.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I am Albert and I work for Track IT. I want you to throw a little more light on that solar energy that you mentioned. Because my company, we work a lot with solar. Okay. Because we've actually been working on a lot of ICT centers in schools around about 21 states in Nigeria. So we've actually, part of our project, have trained more than 50,000 students. Okay. And so I want to hear more. Thank you.
I'm going to summarize this. Reach out to me. Application will start next week, Monday. Once you reach out, I'm going to send you the link. You can apply. We call something grants application guide. It will be made available to you. The flyer will be made available to you. And if you now need further help from me, I would provide directly. Is that fine? But it's just 2 weeks window, 13 to 27 for the application. And then we'll select the top 20. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Uriel Izagu. I'm a mindset development coach. I train people on how the mind works. Mine is not really a question, but just to answer what she said. This morning before coming here, I was listening to an audio by Napoleon Hill, How to Sell Yourself to Anyone. And part of what he said was how Henry Ford became the wealthiest man in the world in his time. Say, do your CV, tell the company what you can do, offer to work for them for 1 month or 2 months for free, and tell them that if you don't deliver on what you have promised, you will pay them for wasting their time. And if you put that together and send to any company, they will call you if you're sure that you're good at what you do.
Nice. But please, let me add disclaimer. Don't offer to pay back, or if you don't go into debt, though. But it's a good one. let's adapt it to reality. I want to work for you. I don't know how much you pay, but let me not go and get, debt of 1 million, just like that. Okay, so I think that's all.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Emmanuel there. It's done a very great one there. Thank you so much. Okay, so I didn't mention this earlier on. Please, I know some of us are taking pictures, short videos, posting on social media, and that's great. Just to let us know that we've got hashtags for the events to be used, and that's hashtag Abuja Tech Event, hashtag MCT MVP West Africa 2023. So we'd also have that displayed. We also have hashtag MCT Summit 2023, hashtag MCT MVP Summit 2023. Please, can we use any of the hashtags, which would also be displayed shortly when we've got our pictures and our videos going out there. So there's something I used to do, and I just want to throw it as part of, maybe networking. Sometimes you go for networking and engagements and you're meeting with so many people and you want to maybe make an impression, and maybe by the time you connect by having their numbers, you want them to kind of like remember you. So one of the things I used to do a lot is that when I meet with people, I have conversations with you and talk, but I also know that person is speaking to quite a number of other people as well. So I would take a picture, with them, like a selfie with them, and then I would later on, contact them, send a message, and say, "Oh, hi, remember me?" Because sometimes you have the name, you've got the number, but it's like, who's that guy again? They're meeting so many people, but with that picture, it just, they just remember. And hopefully you had a great conversation that made them, find you interesting. Okay, on this note, I am going to be inviting quickly on the stage for a keynote address that was supposed to be given earlier on, but because of time, so I'm going to be inviting the Director of ICT, Federal Ministry of Education. That is Mr. Abubakar Isa, but he is being represented by Ayotunji Bemiga, sorry, I'm so sorry. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him. For just a quick remark. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm standing on the existing protocol. We want to apologize for the Director of ICT not coming for this laudable occasion. It was because of exigencies of office. He called me in about an hour ago that he must not mix this occasion. And I quickly, on my way to the office, I have to come to this place. Honestly, I am so happy with the number of speakers that have spoken. Like our sister there, she said she was confused why she was also happy about the occasion. But when our brother there came up, the last speaker, he was able to give us the way we can do. Because many tools today are coming out. We have learned before. Now, I remember when we were younger than this, when we just finished school, begin to learn networking, learn coding, learn this, learn that. At the end of the day, you are not using any. Those days. But I could find some things like the power code that they mentioned. Issue of using PowerPoint, because in the Federal Ministry of Education now, we are having online lecture, and we use PowerPoint. And with this, we will do more. And when we are talking about tech and business, I want to appeal to everyone here. Please, we need your knowledge in the education sector. You remember that most of these things you learn, most of the things you are doing now, you didn't learn them from school. But it's better that our students start learning them now from school. If there's any way you can partner with Federal Ministry of Education, we will love it. Though our students are learning AI, but at a bare level, we want things that are coming. We want to get them ready from school so that they will be useful, not learning those code that are not going to be useful outside there. We're talking about tech and business. We should be able to focus the student on what they are going to get in future. Like the last person that spoke, that you must learn something that will benefit you. not just learning for learning, say, oh, I am a tech manager, and tech this. So we want to take our students, both secondary school and the university, the tertiary institution. We want them to be in line with what is ongoing. Please, I want to appeal to every one of us and the organizer. Please have what is in mind. Please also don't leave us behind. Don't leave the education sector behind. Don't focus on business alone, because these are the people that are coming to take over from us. Please do something about that. And please, we are waiting for you, for your technology in schools. And I want to thank the organizer. As he mentioned my name, I'm an assistant director. My name is Ayotunde Bemiga Emmanuel from Federal Ministry of Education, ICT Department. Thank you.
A round of applause for him. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so introducing on stage to also talk about another platform, Microsoft Azure, and that is Oluwaseyi Oluwawumiju. A round of applause for him or her. Okay, is our speaker here? Sorry? Okay, not present. Right. Okay, apologies on that. We'll take him later on. Okay, so would call on the stage for big data. I'm sure we have loads of questions regarding big data, and that is Ayodeji Folarin. I got that right. A round of applause. Thank you. So we'll do 15 minutes and then 2 minutes for questions. Thank you very much. The mic is there.
Thank you very much. Yeah, good afternoon. Yes, so I'm here once again on the same platform to talk about data. So this time we are looking at big data. I hope my slide will be up very soon. But before then, my sincere appreciation to our chief hosts. What they've done is actually amazing. So I want to say thank you very much for giving us your platform to run this event this year. And also to other people that actually supported this event, the MCT big community, and also Ashen. I want to say big thank you to all of you. Okay, so at those points, I'm waiting for my slide to be up and running. Okay. Anybody helping out? So, we've been talking about data. But there's something that actually happened to me. I was sitting right there. The first speaker came up. That happens to be our pastor. And when he was talking, I look at my content. Did we share the same content? It started with floppy disk that we used in those days. That's 5.25 inches. It went into the megabyte and the growth of data. I said, okay, Deji, are you still going to say anything again? Now, the second speaker came up. Samuel started again. Data. He now garnished it up with a little bit of AI. I said, imagine. Data again. Deji, do you still have anything to say? When MJ came up again, he started talking about data. I said, come, what is the challenge with data? We like it or not, data is the new oil. We like it or not. So I need you to pay attention as I drive us through the importance and the roles. Somebody asked a question around there that I'm actually a data analyst, and there are a lot of technology flying here and there. Yes, and they will not stop. More, you see lots shooting out now. So, and I'm happy the answer given says stay focused. So I'm going to tell us a lot of things about big data. It's no more data again. What we are hearing now is what? The data is not normal. It's very big. It's massive. It's massive. And we need people out there that can manage this big data. Okay, if that refuses to come, then let's continue our discussion. So my name is Ayodeji Folarin. And who is Ayodeji Folarin? Ayodeji Folarin happens to be a young guy that loves technology. I have been in the training industry for over 25 years now. I just love teaching and impacting knowledge. And apart from that, I am Microsoft's certified trainer. So I'm certified by Microsoft to train to impart knowledge, and that's a big community organizing this event. Also, I am Microsoft's most valuable professional on data platform. And that happens to be one of the best platforms. If you're on any other platform, you must still sit on that platform. You don't have option. Power platform, you sit on data. AI, you sit on data. You don't have option. So I'm actually like the main. Are we good? So let's go. Okay. So still on the data platform, we have lots of rows around the data platform. And I want us to understand the growth of data platform. When he mentioned kilobytes, now, I don't think people are mentioning kilobytes now. What are we mentioning now? Gigabytes. I want to buy a laptop. The hard disk must be 500 gigabytes. But some people are already seeing more than gigabytes. What are they mentioning now? Terabytes. Ha. Terabyte is fading off rapidly. Rapidly. And this is just because of one reason: big data. In those days, the data we keep, the organized data, we draw a table, serial number, name, address. All of you now start filling the form. Those are the type of data we keep. Now we call that type of data structured data. They are structured. Later, we move into another type of data that's a mixture of the structured one and the unstructured one. As you are typing, you put picture there. You write small note again. So we now have some set of data. You call them semi-structured. And today, the data that is growing rapidly is the unstructured data. The one that is growing rapidly is the unstructured data. So I move on. Okay. So what's going on? So quickly, what are the things I'll be looking at? The speaker profile. Let's talk about big data. Let's look at some roles within what? Within the big data. Now, I will now bring us back home. Let's look at Azure, the data platform on Azure. That's a big place we're actually going to. Okay, again, I'm a managing partner with Jari Computers, a computer science graduate. I've been into training for over 25 years. I've trained lots and lots of people around the globe. Over 200,000 people have been taught on so many technology that has to do with data and data related. And also, I've been an MCT for 7 years now. And I'm also a Microsoft most very professional on data platform, a system, a business analyst. Okay, thank you. So we move on to my next slide. Good. What is big data? When we talk about big data, what exactly are we talking about? We are looking at a large amount of what? Data. And the way we collect the data today is amazing. All of us seated here, we generate data every second. You send WhatsApp message, you generated the data. You take a snapshot, you uploaded it, hashtag. Everything we do, we create, we generate data rapidly. And this data set we are generating is flying here and there on social media. That is one. Let's leave social media. Let's just take a flight. So those of us that came from Lagos to this place, I believe we flew, right? Or by road? By air. Now, do you know that the 30 minutes flight journey alone, you've generated over 10,000 gigabytes of data? Just a flight, 30 minutes flight. Now, who is going to work with that data set? 10,000. And now look at number of trips that happens in a what? In a day. As Nigeria, we are sleeping at night. Some countries, they are just waking up to start their trip. Now, imagine that heavy data set you're talking about. And they engage you in an organization as their data analyst or data scientist or any form of data they put in front of the name. And they gave you this volume data to work with. You are battling with what happened yesterday. Before you know it, another billions of gigabytes steps in. What am I going to do with this? Before you think about what is going on, billions is stepping in again. How do we manage this situation? Okay, so we are talking about the data set we collect over different platforms with great varieties and what? High velocity. When we talk about velocity and variety, we are talking about it's not the same structure, not the same format. The format keeps changing. Today is picture, tomorrow is video. And also the velocity, the way it's coming in is massive. Take a look at what we have on the screen. Today, look at where we are in time of growth of data. And this is between 2010. We are in 2023. Look at where we are. And look at the way the data is going to grow. And the growth is what? Is amazing. I want you to look at the structured part of the data and the unstructured part. The unstructured part of the data is big and what? Massive. So when we talk about big data, that is a big data hub there. Imagine, call Deji. Come, we know you are big. Look at my size. We are taking you to a place to challenge a man. Now I see the real big data. Then tell me what I will do. Okay, so let's move on. So I've quickly mentioned the three major type of data set that we have. We have the structured, the semi-structured, and the what? Unstructured. And I remember when I said the unstructured, the video, the audio, everything that fly about, the semi-structured blend of both, and the what? The structured one are the one we used to keep in those days. Now let's see the big data job roles. This is where I need you to pay attention. As data is growing rapidly, we need more people that will help us manage the data around the globe. So they can never say there is no opportunity for you. So we have opportunity around data analysts. They just need you to keep track of those data, analyze it, and bring out fact information that can help the business grow. We have people that they are like scientists. We don't need you to do much. We want you to study the data, bring it up, model it, train it, and tell me what will likely happen tomorrow. I remember a lady that I actually assisted in Lagos. She's a marketer, and she's like, they pay me by commission. I don't know the type of arrangement that is. It's not on salary, rather she's on what? Commission. But she will, throughout the months, she will keep record of all the people she has visited. And she will manage to sell 2. It's a terrible scenario. You approach 200 people throughout the month, about 10 on the average every day, Monday to Friday for 4 weeks. You can talk to what? About 200 people. At the end of the day, it's only 2 that will buy. Now the company now tell you, because it's 2 people that bought, they not say, you met how many people? 200. No. You're able to sell to 2. So you're going to pay you, maybe every sales, your payment is, I don't know, let me just give you a figure. Maybe 20,000. They will pay how much? 40,000 for a journey of what? 30 days. Now, when we met, I told her, do you know the data you have been collecting, can we use it? We put the data. I'm telling you the advantage of data scientists. Pulling the data, put it in the system, on the Azure platform. Now, did some serious work on it. And I told her, anytime you are going out, profile the person before you go out. It's going to ask you some questions. The person you are trying to meet, is it a male or a female? A male. What is the age range? This. It will not tell you, don't stress yourself, that one will not buy. Yes, don't bother. From 0 to 100, I have scored this person you are going out to meet. The score is 27. He won't buy. By the time you now put on that same platform, oh, there's this man I want to see. Put his profile there. It will tell you 97% possibility that I will buy. Imagine. Where my other colleagues, they are in the sun, stressing themselves. I'm just profiling. And I'll now walk up. This product is actually for you. Before, don't talk. I've been looking for it. Take, let me buy. Do you get where we are going to? Look at the power of what? Of data. So gone are those days we stress ourselves. Now we can leverage on the information. No information from outside. She has been collecting the information for months. We study the information. Pattern of people turning her down. These are their pattern. These are their lifestyle. Pattern of people buying it. These are their lifestyle. Then try to target people with the same lifestyle. And then start selling. But it looks big, but very simple and straightforward. When we talk about data and using it as a data science, we have the database developer. These people, they sit down to build your database structure. The data we are collecting, how do we want to keep it? And if you keep it, how do we manage security and so many things about the database arrangement? We now have another set of people, we call them the database administrator. Their work is to make sure that the database is available 24/7. I don't care what happens, it must be what? It must be available. So they start thinking about redundancy, managing failover, and so many things around there. And also, we have the data architect. So they disturb their brain around, let's get this thing, this is how it's going to flow, this is how everything is going to run. So let me quickly give us these benefits. What are those benefits of what you are saying? We've mentioned all. I remember Sam mentioned about 3 from what I put up there. Now, you have a better customer insight. I will have a better understanding of my customer. Oh, this is the type of customer we are talking about. So we have a better customer insight. And from better customer insights, we also have improved operation. We've been running this, and we have a database that is keeping track of what is going on. Then it can tell us, oh, because of this is what happened. This can help us to improve on our what? On our operation, on our performance. But it's not what you will sit down and analyze. You need a better system, a bigger platform, not what your system can take. Like if they ask you, I'm a data analyst. It has gone beyond I'm a data analyst. You now came in with your laptop. My laptop is one of the biggest laptops. What's the hard disk of your laptop? I'm using 2 terabytes. You sat down. They gave you the data to work on. And the data you want to work on is like 200 terabytes every hour. Tell me where you keep it in that laptop. So we are talking about a platform that is big, that can hold anything. And that is the Azure platform. So my lady that I mentioned something around there, around data analysis, please get ready. It won't stop. It will keep growing. Please. It will keep growing. Now we have the Agile supply chain. And also, so finally, let me quickly talk about the Azure platform. This is a platform we are talking about. Is actually a platform based in the cloud. So wherever your data might be coming from, all data sources, structured, semi-structured, unstructured, stream data, as all the data they are coming in, we prepare a place for the data to stay. We don't call it hard disk again. We call it data lake. The name itself, I think you understand when they say something is a lake. A pool, a big storage that can hold any form of data, not only the structured one. Anything that comes, it keeps storing them. And then we now try again to do some little transformation. Today, we use some powerful tools like Databricks. Don't allow those big names to disturb you. By the time you open the technology, it's something straightforward. Databricks, when somebody hears bricks, they have started again. Please, they've not started. It's just something simple. We can use that to reshape, to transform our data set. And finally, we want to keep them in a place for everybody to use. We can move them into a what? A data warehouse. And finally, we can now leverage on this clean data we have to take decision, to move forward. Then we can leverage around using Power BI, which I'm very happy. Most of us in the outside, we can use Power BI. That's a good one. And also, we can do machine learning to learn on the data set and tell us what will happen to us tomorrow or how we should move. And finally, the enterprise application can also leverage on the data set that we have. So all these things, I love what Microsoft just did. They released a powerful tool called Synapse, Azure Synapse. Have you heard of Azure Synapse? Okay, so it's another powerful tool they just released. Instead of you stressing yourself to learn here and there, they've boxed all these things I've mentioned together into a single solution to help you resolve anything around data science, data analysis, data everything, and they call it Microsoft Azure Synapse. So I would like to say welcome to the industry of data platform. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so can you go back to the other slide? Maybe I'll probably just ask my question.
Okay. Can you help me there? Uh-huh.
The part of the slide that...
I need the slide to come back up, please. Thank you. Okay. This slide.
Second to the last one.
Second to the last.
Power BI.
Can you help me go to the second to the last slide, please? Where we have Power BI. Is okay.
Okay, so this is my question. Does Power BI have something that allows you start from here to collect the data?
Okay.
From this part.
From the beginning to the end, instead of just using it only at the extreme end. That's a very good question. Power BI can now do everything I've mentioned from end to end. So there's a product they just released within Power BI. It's now called Fabrics. Right. So Microsoft Fabric. How many of you have heard of Microsoft Fabric? Yeah, we are going. So before you used to hear Power BI, the platform, if you go into the platform now, you will see the name. Metamorphosing into what? Into Fabric. So Fabric has all what I've mentioned. Lake. It's called One Lake. It has the stream analytics, everything I've mentioned as we have. In fact, Synapse is now sitting conveniently in Power BI today.
Okay, so for someone who wants to become a data analyst, where are you starting from? Are you starting from this part or from that part?
Fantastic. Now, I will just tell you something very simple and straightforward. If you want to be a data analyst, you can decide to start from Power BI and you'll be analyzing data alone. Right. But the platform is getting bigger. Wow. There is now what we call data science, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and so on, data engineering. Right. Everything is getting wider. So I will say what my boss always tells me, have little knowledge of all, but be the champion of what? One.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Questions? Yeah, mine is my question. Any other person? No? Yes? No? Okay, thank you. I'll take that.
Thank you for the session, for the talk. I think my question is more advanced, and I'm a cloud engineer, so from a global perspective, working with international companies, there's a big challenge now in bringing data and working with infrastructure guys. We are the ones to deploy, where all your data will sit, and they call it DevOps now. So looking at Nigerian tech system, what is like the major challenge? How do you bring your data analytics solution and incorporate it into DevOps? How does it work here?
Okay, so thank you very much. So within the country at the moment, so what we have, in those days, not only, well, majorly in Nigeria, you have just one person must have several skills. I don't know whether that has happened to anybody here. When the employee will tell you this is what you are doing, before you know it, you must know all. But For the first time, one of my students, when he was in Nigeria, after learning so many things, he got out there. He called me, said, "Do you know what I'm doing?" I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "Oh, what you taught us, I'm only doing ETL. And they are paying me for ETL alone." I like such platform. So, but in Nigeria, so what we do is we tend to have a little bit of knowledge of everything. But today we are getting more structured in what we do. So before you start anything, they will tell you, let's have detail of the platform that is going to hold it. If you don't have idea, tell us what you want. Let's bring in somebody that will sit down and evaluate what you are trying to do so that today you will not start. Few days down the line, we are telling us the infrastructure cannot hold the solution. So what we do, there is always a what? A bridge, a connection, a meeting. The developers, the database guy, the infrastructure guy, the security guy. We sit down to have this meeting and to discuss the scope and whatever we want to do before we launch forth. And also, as we move on, by the time we move on, we now start to see the growth. We do a lot of measurement and get things done. So within the country now, we now deploy our solution in a more structured format. Unlike what we used to do in those days, that we start it, when the thing crashes, then we now say, okay, fine, let's go back to drawing board. So we already have a problem, we need to manage it. But today, we foresee the problem before we get into it. And even monitor the growth and so many things around what you are trying to deploy. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate your contributions here, and I particularly love that. I think we have one more question. Yeah, you.
All right, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So my question is pertaining that Azure data lake. How does it compare to AWS S3 cloud storage?
Okay.
And which one would you rather use?
That's a big question. To answer your question, I'll be very careful. Are we together? I have a mom that has always been taking care of me from day one till my age. And somebody now said there is one woman, she's superb. She has everything. And ask me, that woman or my mom? I will tell you it's my mom. Azure is a good to go. Thank you.
Okay, one more question for you. Or are you responding? Okay.
So thank you. Mine is not a question, it's a response. So I like, because we wear the MVP cloak, we are quite, very faithful, to Microsoft. But just a piece of education. So S3 is not equivalent to data lake. S3 will be equivalent to Azure storage account, right? Because Azure Data Lake is a complete beast on itself. The amount of data you can put in, the data lake, you can put in S3. It would probably collapse. So the comparison is like apples and oranges. So that's the two differences. But obviously, yes, our mother all the way.
Okay, thank you. A round of applause.
Thank
Any
you very
other
much.
question? No? Yes. So there's one more question for you, please. Yes. And this is the last one.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my question basically is on security of the Azure cloud. I recently worked on some projects that has to do with health related, in terms of models to help patients and doctors, because in Africa we often face a challenge of multiple patients to a single doctor. So now the challenge I have in getting this data, which I could have gotten more from the hospitals I tried to get, they were like, how can they confine on the security and privacy based on the government policy on data protection and a lot of data protection law. So I had to start asking myself, and looking for ways to convince these hospitals and clinics to give me their data that I can train using the Azure cloud. So maybe you can give me answers that I can give to other hospitals to get more data. Thank you.
Okay. Well, what I will always advise you is this. We are in this part of the country where legal standing is not that respected. Are we together? If you are in a developed country or more structured organization or country, by the time you sign a document called non-disclosure agreement, they give it to you. Nigeria, sign non-disclosure agreement, I will still call you, my brother, are you sure? I know you have signed, but are you very sure what this data won't? You get me? So that's where we find ourselves. So, but normally, if you can come up with a legal document that, look, I want to work, because what you want to do is going to help the hospital, it's going to help the country, and it's going to help that industry seriously. But everybody is scared to release their what? Data, personal data. Tomorrow I'll be surprised, somebody now mentioning my name, that I have this health challenge. I won't be happy for crying out loud. Because these are medical, these are confidential information. So, but our legal system is not strong enough to stand. So you will sign, something will happen, they will sue, they will mess everything up. But sincerely, I'm happy when he mentioned that there is already a body within the country that is sitting down on data protection in the country. And if you can have your documents under their policy, then give it to anybody, sign it. I tell you, we'll get stronger since we have a body that is managing data protection within the country. Thank you.
Thank you. And also speaking as a lawyer as well, sadly, organizations do not have these policies in place. Some of them don't even have their internal policies in place. So if they do, the truth of the matter is you just connect with that on board, because they would probably even be the ones to send you the documents for you to sign in the first place, as opposed to you doing your documents and sending to them, saying that you are the external, should I say, project manager, coming in there, right? Thank you very much. Okay.
It's just to lay the grounds bare when people ask about security. Because I think part of the question he was asking was how secure or how to secure it. So Azure on itself, Microsoft Azure has all this, kind of all the certification you can think about. So ISO, FINRA has all of it. However, like you said, you need to comply with your local data protection policies. I think in Ghana, what you do is that you go through a series of test certifications and checks, and then you are issued a data protection certificate or license. So if I'm going to work on any projects that requires personal identifier information, anything that is data, I present that to make them know that I have gone through the necessary training and requirement that I can handle your data. The second part is just to clarify this whole thing on any cloud, but specifically to Azure, right? The amount of money that Microsoft is pushing to make the cloud secured is huge. No one person can do that. However, you can go and buy the most secured and bulletproof, armored-proof, whatever-proof door, right? Put it in your house, lock it. If you leave the key under the mat and someone picks that key and opens the door, that doesn't make the door bulletproof or bomb-proof. It is your practices. So the cloud can be secured. You also need to follow best practices. Thank you.
On this note, thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Okay, to now take us through Microsoft Azure. Is it Azure? Like, what's the right pronunciation? Because you said something, I'm like, is this a Ghanaian way or the Azure? Right, Azure. Okay, so we would introduce back on stage again Oluwaseyi Oluwawumiju. Thank you.
Good afternoon. The other speakers have done my job, so I don't know what I need to do here. But the truth is that things are getting better in terms of how you plug in your infrastructure. Now, we started with AI. We went to look at the productive angle of the cloud technology, which is a co-pilot. Then did you talk about the big data? Now, what I'm about to tell you the next 10 minutes or so is to try to let you know that all this we're saying is built on a foundation. And that foundation is a cloud technology. Cloud technology happens to fall in different dimension. As you can see, the AI talking, the co-pilot saying their own, and the big data is also emphasizing on the same point, how to make our life easy. Now, Microsoft Azure, generally, I'm supposed to come up with my co-presenter because of time. We might not be able to do that. So this is me. My name is Oluwaseyi Oluwamiju. I have some couple of years in infrastructure, and I've been an MCT. I'm 100% focused on Azure, AI, and M365. Now, the agenda, simple agenda, I'm going to run through because Samuel have done. Let's clap for Samuel. He has done my job. He did a very good job this morning. So I was supposed to talk about cloud computing, why we use cloud computing, and type of cloud computing services. Finally, the different model. That's why I said there's different variety of it. Then finally, Azure, which is own Microsoft window into the cloud arena. Now, let's quickly look at a guy called Turner Test. Several years back, he mentioned something. We are all intelligent. Tell your neighbor, I'm going to a church practice. You are intelligent. And he now said, this was over years ago. And he said, but he is looking at a time that there will be a system that can tune human knowledge, prompt human knowledge, generate human knowledge, and use that same human knowledge for our own human consumption. And that brings me to the future. A time where my boss, I can just use my phone, capture certain data, use certain things in my home, like IoT. I don't like beer, but the beer was talking to him, throw the IoT up, and I use all these things to measure and give satisfaction to my human needs. And this is where we are now. And that brings me to the first question I asked myself. What is cloud computing? Generally, three things. For those that want to go into business, you're an SMB or you're someone that looking at how to invest. Cloud environment can save you money. Now, in those days when you're an infrastructure person, for you to deploy any solution, you go to the server. Now, how many of you use iPhone? I'm looking at my time. I don't want to use more than iPhone. Oh, 2 people. Why? Okay, 3, 4, 5, 6. You notice that every year, is it quarterly? Is it every year or every month? iPhone is deploying a new version. We are in version 15 now. Am I right? I don't use it, but I follow iPhone people. Version 15. Telling us that the way infrastructure and technology is growing, technology keeps changing. And if you are an investor or someone that wants to do your business, that means at every time you must refresh your server, buy a new one, get a new network, and all this will cost millions of dollars. Why don't you just save that money? Pay for a certain amount of time. Because one thing about Microsoft Azure, it is scalable. You can scale it. Now, there was one time someone asked me, is into umbrella business. And, umbrella is seasonal, rainy season. And for him to get every year, get a server, get an application, get someone to do it, I just advise him, why don't you go for cloud services? What it does for you is that once you are ready to go into mass production, tell Azure, can you scale me up? Azure will scale you up. How many resources? 2 servers, 3 servers. How many RAM? 32 gig. He scale you up and you pay for it. Do you know at that time you are the peak of your business? You are winning. You are getting things in. And at the time of dry season, Tell Azure, please scale me down. And Azure will bring the scale down. You pay less and wait for that window of opportunity. So it's scalable. It makes your resources. Oh, I wrote it twice. That's great. Scalable, scalable, scalable. So why do we use cloud computing? A popular saying by Albert Einstein, he said, creativity is intelligence, like having fun. Like having fun. So when you begin to take your minds off, if I put my, someone was talking of security. Now, in terms of security, we noticed that Microsoft, among other platforms, I also listen to multi-cloud people, AWS, Google, and the rest. But during the COVID-19, one platform that was not penetrated was Microsoft Azure. Go and look at the statistics. None could get in. AWS has some, I didn't say it wasn't totally perfect, but it had some issue. Google was massive. Now, showing us that cloud computing is delivering service to you at your home. As you are using your phone, you want to do your application, you want to build an app, just like Jumoke and the team said, just get your Azure through the software as a service in Azure and create your application. So it makes life very easy and takes me to the third thing I want to tell you, type of cloud servicing. Now we're going to bring things together now. Now what we are going to do now is to look at different model. We have the on-prem, which we are used to. I go to the market, buy the server, put the server down, bring the infrastructure, I put the cooling, everything I do it by myself with my resource. The second model is infrastructure service. We do like a responsibility sharing metrics. Someone was asking, because if you don't take responsibility of keeping your key, as Sam said, someone will get your key and get into your room. So Microsoft now said to infrastructure, are we able to keep the cooling, keep the storage? You just do your own. Get your application, install it, control it by yourself. Then that brings me to an analogy, which I want to, because of time, to describe these three models. The first one, when you build a house on your own with all your power, is an on-prem art. When you build that space, you get a space and rent it. It's infrastructure as a service. When you now buy an empty house and they give you and say, enter, it's platform as a service. But when you go to the hotel and leave, in hotel it's very easy. Pay your money, get into your room, tell the waiter, get me my food, get me my water. Everything is cozy inside. So this is what it looks like to build your house on your own. This is what it looks like to rent. That is infrastructure service. This is what it looks like to buy an empty house. But this is the coziest part of it. Just getting in and enjoying yourself to the hotel. And these are all the models that Microsoft is providing for you to make all those your aspiration of getting your AI solution, your Power BI solution to be very remarkable. As I begin to round up, I look at cloud deployment model we have. We have the private cloud, which during the evolution of infrastructure changes, where private company can say, I want to have my own server. I want to have it for my company, especially if you are you have multi-location in terms of your company. So you have it across, but it's yours. Then we have the public cloud, where Microsoft falling, AWS, somebody mentioned it, Google, they're all falling in this part, where they'll tell you, please don't waste your time. Let me do the heavy lifting. I pay. Now, I was privileged to see one time in Seattle. They had this massive server, and they put it in the ocean. And it's one of the data centers at Microsoft. They are using the aquatic, it's less because you pay less for that. Nobody can hold you for putting your server in the sea. But you have to create an atmosphere not to kill the aquatic animals because of human rights, fish life, or any life, aquatic life. So you have the public cloud where everybody fall in there. Then we have the hybrid. Now, this is where most companies in Nigeria fall in because of how far we have gone in terms of our data, our infrastructure. We want to keep it. We don't want something to go off, especially when the data sovereignty and the rest. We keep it on our on-prem environment while we leverage on the cloud technology for productivity, for accessibility, and co. So, Microsoft is the second largest cloud public provider. Over 67 Azure. Sorry, a disclaimer. I know the Microsoft people are here. This was when I did it. I know whether they have increased it or not. A disclaimer, please. So 67 Azure region, more than any other cloud provider in the world. Secondly, it has some for us in South Africa, 2 of them, hoping it will get to Nigeria. Then we have several things about cloud. It's dispersed across the world. And he has a model of making it available always by using what availability zone. Then he has also structure to have it 2 per region. And they are always 300 miles away from themselves. So if anything happened to the one in South Africa North, South Africa West will kick off. If anything happened to the one in South Africa, you go to Europe. If anything happened to anyone in Europe, you go to Dubai. So anywhere in the world, the momentum is increasing. And as it's increasing, you know why? Microsoft got into the cloud environment not as early as AWS or Google, but because of their massive infrastructure and investment, they are, just like Deji said, I will tell you that it's my mother that is the best. But the truth is that my mother is the best. Now, this is what Azure can do for you. Can act as a server for those that want to have server. It can act for you as a recovery for disaster. Anything that want to happen, you want to increase and ensure that your infrastructure is always up. Then for you that want to back up, it can act as a backup. It can even act as someone that can create, develop websites. That's what Azure can do for you. As I begin to round up, these are just telling you what Azure can do, the cloud, and I leave it here. I know how many have watched this film. Those days, that film was very, very, the guy was very fantastic. Although these are acts, but it shows a level of commitment in their acts and their scenes. So for everyone here, the journey always begins on Azure. I know some of you are low code, and I know some people, somebody said, she's confused. Don't be confused. Checking what? Where do you want to play? You want to play in the data space? You need infrastructure. You need to lend this. You want to play in the power platform? You need infrastructure. You need to lend this. If you want to play even the IoT, you need this. So I leave you with this, and I say thank you for listening, and I hope you see me next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We'll take questions. No question? Thank you. Okay. Could you please pass that? Sorry. Excuse me.
I thought
Sorry.
I've escaped.
I have to ask this question because a lot of people are saying something about data protection. Data protection. What provision does Azure have on data protection?
Okay. Well, it seems the government official left before this. And one thing I can assure you in terms of Azure, all best practice regulatory compliance, detail, and approval is on Azure. However, each country has its own legal framework. Like for us in Nigeria, if in South Africa now, the server is there, they can implement such law to that. But I know the NITDA is working very hard to make this work. I know so many companies that are partners to Microsoft, they work closely with them. Once you deploy a solution that is using private information, company information, they work with you, they align it with the local rules. It's ongoing. if you have not faced there, you're an SMB or you're a company, they are coming. And you are servicing the public, they are coming. So I think Azure is okay in terms of every other world compliance rule, and they are aligning it with Nigerian government rule. So that can give you a compliance certificate. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more.
All right. Thank you so much for your session. So one thing I would like to know is how do one migrate to the cloud? What are the process of migrating to the cloud? If that,
okay. Yes. Now, migration to the cloud depends on the complaint, probably concept, ideology, and also what they have on their current, because you don't just, I will not advocate you just move to the cloud. I advocate that you use the hybrid scenario. The hybrid scenario is a scenario that you keep tab with what you have, data you have, structure you have, and look at the one that can easily give you easy win. They call it lift and shift. You lift it and take it there. Until when you are constantly working with that and is at least 80% perfect. If you intend to still move, you can migrate to the cloud. But hybrid scenario first, then if you are a new company, SMB company, want to go into business, you don't need to pay or buy infrastructure, you can use that. With that, when you're on cloud, you know you're on cloud. You are not from a particular old version to the new one. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Shei, for this wonderful presentation. I've learned a lot. But my question goes in this way. Like, you have told us a lot about cloud computing. So I want to know the career path in cloud computing.
That's true. I didn't think of that. Well, the career path is more of, I can describe into two different categories. One, you can be someone that wants to live as a developer. They call them the DevOps engineers. All you do is that you look at how Azure will serve as web provider. You develop the platform, you architect it because you have understanding of how it looks like. Then you can also be an administrator. Administrator, from the bear, you'll be able to structure, manage, and create the services on Azure. Then you can move up the ladder and become an architect. With an architecture in Azure as a profession, you'll be able to build infrastructure because people need to plan to understand how to build. You build it for them, you create what they need, especially when they are, there are some they call it critical mission services that require an expert to look at that. So from there, you can, from the administrator, go to a DevOps person, then you can now be an expert as an architect. I think, Sam, which one?
The mic is coming.
Yeah, developer, yeah.
Do you want to say something, sir?
I wanted to add a cloud native developer. So you can be a developer as well. Because with a change or with the way things are going, we are no longer building solutions or softwares the native way, right? Because ideally you build a software, you deploy it on a server, but now there are different models of building software. Some of them require what we call serverless compute. And you will need to build it in a specific way to function on a particular cloud. So if you decide to be a developer, like Shei said, you can decide to be a cloud developer, which simply means you know all the services on the cloud to develop. And then you can do the DevOps, the administrator, architect, and all that. But yeah.
It's getting more interesting though.
Yeah. So thank you, sir. Thank you for the amazing session. So
I'm worried because when you were responding, you mentioned the fact that I had DBA, solution architect. So if you're a data person, does it mean I don't have any career paths on that field?
That's why I said my section is somehow, I don't know how to place it, but everybody that needs to go into the Azure data, going into the Power Platform, they need to come through this door. But in terms of specialization, you can be in the software area and develop yourself. But as far as I'm concerned, even the database that we're using today, people are now taking there. You don't need to start, how many people even buy infrastructure as a service? Platform. So the question to you is, are you willing to explore, take the challenge, and move to know this, even as a data person? It saves you money, because if you want to do anything, you have to call me and say, build my infrastructure. But if you can do it yourself, did I answer you? No. Okay.
We'll be mentioning community. Do you have any community somebody can leverage to transit to this level?
Okay. Now, there's a community in Abuja now. This is second event here. So they are building ways by which they can help people, especially from the northern angle, because most things have been done in Lagos. Lagos is like an hub of technology. But I passed to Abuja last night. I saw population increase, and I said, Abuja is becoming more close to Lagos. The migration is increasing. Your resources is going high. The rent is going high, because in those days, 5,000, 6,000, you're in an hotel. Now it's 35, 50. We are moving close to Lagos. So with that kind of community here, just leverage on it. And we have a bigger one in Lagos called Microsoft Tech User Community, where we have MVP, and we happen to have 2 regional directors from Microsoft, one in Ireland and one seated in front of me here, Jumoke. So we have the leverage of using them as someone standing between Microsoft and us. So you can call on them, they can create a structure that we can. I know the Abuja community is striving to do more, especially in the user group category.
A big round of applause. Thank you. I think you've done excellently well, also with all the questions coming through. Thank you. Okay, so we've been seated for a bit, and I can literally see the sugar going down or the beer going away from your. So we're gonna go just quickly for our lunch, and also we can network during that time, so we can stretch our legs. We've got about 30 minutes for that, so I will be coming to pull you out from where you are. So Rahimat here is going to take our speakers to go towards what we call Revolution for the launch. And for everyone else, we can go towards that door, and there's some refreshment out there for us. Remember, when you're meeting and mingling, don't forget to take the picture and hashtag Abuja Tech Event, hashtag MCT MVP West Africa 2023, hashtag MCT Summit 2023. Please do that so that we can create a trend on social media. Remember, this is also a 2-day event. On this note, 30 minutes would begin now. So yes, let's stand up and get some sugar. Thank you very much. And then we'll be back here for the breakout session. I'll tell you more about the sessions and the classes to go, well, the area to go to. Thank you. So it's 14:08. 30 minutes would be, 14 is 2, right? 13, 14. So that'll be 2:38. 30 minutes, please. Thank you.
Don't teach them how to take PS. I know, right? But me say, yeah, lots of those. You guys are not going to. In fact, this is the background. The whole lot. Okay, let's come to the middle. You're okay. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Princess. Love you. People are jealous. So you are throwing me outside. No. I'm not wearing the t-shirt. Can you see my t-shirt? And they're throwing me outside. Yeah, it's fine. Florence, honestly. Thank you. Don't worry, we'll send it to you. Thank you, ma'am. Oh my God.
Okay, we're already trying to get everybody else to come back in. I think our organizers are doing that. So if you're outside and you can hear my voice, please come back inside. And I think the rest of our speakers will be coming back on board as well. So we will begin in exactly, let me hear. Okay, so we'll begin in 2 minutes, please. Thank you. Okay, we're still waiting for. Sir, please, our volunteers, if you could still help us get more people that might be outside to come in so we can continue. Thank you. Okay. Guess we'll just begin. You're all welcome back to the session after the sugar. I hope we're doing great and doing well. If we could just settle back down in so we can begin the next session. Okay, thank you. Just been told that I can continue. Okay, so with events like this, just to remind you again that please, this is a platform to network, it's a platform to connect, right? And we're going to be back here again tomorrow, but let's, see how to maximize today as well. Remember our hashtags. I've been asked to remind you so that we can make it trend. Hashtag Abuja Tech Event. Hashtag MCT MVP West Africa 2023. That's the second one. Hashtag MCT Summit 2023. Hashtag MCT MVP Summit 2023. You can decide to use all four, or you could just pick one. Usually I like to pick the shortest, but yeah, you can add everything together. Okay, so now to continue with the different platforms that we need to learn about and know about, I'm going to be introducing Japhet Wamu. And I'm so sorry. And Japhet is going to be taking us through taking your AI solution to the next level. So we heard a lot about AI, but how do we take it to the next level? A round of applause for him. Your surname, please. Could you just, tell me that? Oh.
So it's Japhlet, Japhet, not Japheth. Yes. And
Thank you.
and it's Wamu.
Uwamu. So
Yes.
Japhlet Uwamu.
Yes.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you very
Japhlet.
much.
Thanks. A round of applause for him. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Have we been having fun so far? I remember this time last year, I was also standing here and speaking to lots of young ones, everyone who attended, and it's great to be back here again. I'm Japhlet Wamu. This is how I look like in real life, so I didn't get to add a picture of myself there. In short, I'm a cloud advocate and I get to work with Microsoft. What that basically means as a cloud advocate is developer advocacy. So talking about the different amazing Microsoft technologies. And one of the technologies I get to focus on, or one of the areas I get to focus on, is artificial intelligence. In this session, we'll be taking maybe a little bit of an in-depth look into the parts of AI. I know we're already excited. We've spoken about the different areas. So I'll just do like a brief of what artificial intelligence is all about. But to set the stage for what we're going to talk about, we would begin by Great. We'll start off by talking about how artificial intelligence started. It started off in the year 1956 when some scientists came together and their goal was to find a way to make machines intelligent. They wanted these machines to do the same things that we could do. Intelligence in form of being able to carry out activities that normal humans would. Our intelligence is higher, but the goal was to at least make machines get to the point where we are. To be able to create this, to make this happen, they came up with a new field known as machine learning. And the goal of machine learning was actually to help these machines to learn, utilizing all we've spoken about. Do we have an idea? What do machines use? Data. Thank you very much. So machines learn from data. I owe you one swag for that. So machines learn from data. And so they bring together all of these data, divide them into two parts, the training data set, the one they use for training, and then the other which they use for testing. More like teaching the student and then giving the student a test or an exam. And then it transitioned into what to know about deep learning. For deep learning, it's about you don't teach the machine, you just give it a lot of things and then it gets to think by itself. So it connects the different dots together and makes more of a guess, a decision out of it. But the entire space was blown up in 2021 when we had generative AI. How many of us have heard of it? Great. And with generative AI, machines actually became even more intelligent. All you have to do is provide what we call prompts. So those things you type in, and then it will have the ability to actually understand these different things and give you your responses. Now, let's talk a little bit about how you would need to build your AI solutions way back. So first thing, like I mentioned earlier, you would need to do is train your model. Training your model means you identify the different things. For example, you want to build a machine, or you are developing a solution that makes it easy for a machine to identify animals. All you have to do is impute pictures of lots of animals and then you tag those images. So you tell it, this is a dog, this is a lion, this is this, and it's able to identify it. And then once you have done that, it picks what you have done and then comes up with its model. with that model, you can assign a task to it. And on the different platforms I've spoken about, you could deploy it and make it accessible to people. That was how it worked before. But then we had what we call foundation models. Foundation models are basically trained, they have already been trained and put together for you to use for any scenario. So if, for example, you need to train that machine to be able to identify animals, you don't need to impute all the images again. They have already been done for you. You can just adjust them to any scenario that you need to do. In between the data and then you adapting it to your scenario, we have what we call transformers, and they take care of every single thing that goes on. Now, as time went on, things progressed and these foundation models grew. So it started off in 2018 with the BERT, which was a large language model, and it had 340 million parameters. But then we had another one, the Turing LNG, which in 2020 grew to 17 billion parameters. We thought this was mind-blowing. This was something that has taken over the world. But then it went even further. And in 2020, with ChatGPT, OpenAI, working with Microsoft, had 175 billion parameters in that data set. But it didn't end there. Currently, we have the largest so far, Microsoft working with NVIDIA to create the Megatron Turing LNG, which currently holds 530 billion parameters. So all of these AI solutions, all of these AI tools you use, it's actually consisting of lots and lots of data that have been added to it. Now, for OpenAI, their goal was to make intelligence machines intelligent as much as possible. For Microsoft, they want to make these solutions accessible to everyone. And so they came together. This partnership actually birthed these 4 different tools, which I'm going to be showing you today. So first, we have the GPT-3, which makes it really easy for you to generate and understand text. So, for example, your ChatGPT, how many of us have heard of ChatGPT? Great. You use your ChatGPT for whatever you do. It's able to understand what you have written to it and gives you feedback. How many of us are programmers, developers? We write code. Okay. But we know about GitHub Copilot. Have we heard of it? With GitHub Copilot, all you have to do is tell it, hey, GitHub Copilot, I want to build this application. And then what it's going to do is going to generate the entire code for you. I'll show you how that works. The next is DALL-E. So for DALL-E, you need to generate an image. You just tell it, generate an image of a monkey. For those of us who write blogs, articles, you don't know where to get your pictures from and you're thinking of privacy, just go over there, generate your images, and that's it for you. And then very popular one, ChatGPT conversations. We won't be talking much about it because pretty much everybody knows about this. So let's dive in. This is an example of how these different tools work. With GPT-3, you just input your prompt. All of those sentences, all of those things you input at the beginning to tell it what to do are known as prompts. So when you hear me say prompts, you know that's the thing we're telling it to do. And then it's going to, based off that, give us some response. For the first, we've repeated the response to GPT-3, and then it's giving us the answer. For Codex, we've given it a line of code, and we're saying, can you create an SQL query for all customers in Texas named Jane? Mr. Deji, I don't know if you use this for your data analysis, but for those who do data analysis with code, this is great for you. And then DALL-E, you just input that prompt and it gets it done for you. Now, For those of you who are not aware of, GPT actually means generative pre-trained transformer. So even if you forgot every other thing I've said today, you should not forget to tell somebody the meaning of GPT. Can we all say it together? Okay, don't worry, you can look at the screen and tell me. But that's the meaning of GPT. And interestingly, the GPT model contains trillions of words. So it has been trained on trillions of words, huge sum of data. That is why anytime you input a response, you just continue to think, how the heck does ChatGPT give me these beautiful answers within a very short period of time? Because it has been trained to do so. It has a very simple and nice interface. You just input your text and it gives you back your output. This is basically how GPT powers the different systems. So you see, for the first, you can give a specific scenario and tell it summarize. It does that for you. You also have a prompt. It gives you the main summary of it. It does so many other cool stuffs for you. Now let's get to this part. I know I just realized there are not a lot of developers here, but I'll try to show you how you can utilize this in the professional setting, in the business setting. Now, we spoke about Codex, and we said Codex makes it easy for you to generate code. So you put a prompt, and then it gets it done for you. For a platform like Codex to be created, this was what you had to go through. All of the code it finds online, all of the text, it picks all of them, and then it's used to build the model. For GitHub Copilot, the Codex model was what was utilized. With that, it's easy for you to do all three things that are there: to provide editor context, to provide suggestions, to improve your suggestions, and give you some amazing line of code. You don't need to think so much about a lot of things. It's pretty interesting how a lot of these things work because they actually make our code better. But here's something we've always heard. We've heard that AI is going to take our jobs, right? Do we believe that? How many of us believe AI will take our jobs? Okay. How many of us don't want AI to take our jobs? So we want AI to take our jobs. We don't want AI to take our jobs. Beautiful. Now, here's something people never get to talk about with AI. When people talk about AI taking our jobs, they never get to tell us that AI would not take our jobs when we remain the pilot of the job. AI would not take away our jobs when we remain the pilot of the jobs. Now, notice something. GitHub is named GitHub Copilot. You know the reason why? Because these AI tools are not meant to be the pilot, but to be the co-pilot. They are not meant to own the entire process. You own the entire process while they are just there to support you. I'll show you the reason why I said this in this next demo. So this is basically Visual Studio Code. For those who are not aware of programming, it's a software, an IDE, where you can build your solutions. And what I did here is I need to create a calculator application, and I don't know how to. I want to create it with .NET. Please, can we help play? I think it should play the video. So what we're going to do is create a .NET project. It's called a console application. It's a simple application. I'm going to save it. And what I'm going to do is, by the time I have saved it, I have opened up that file. It's going to open up an environment for me, an environment where I can write code. In that environment, I have the different things I need to write my code to make everything happen. This is the first thing it creates for me, but I don't know where to get started. And so with my GitHub Copilot installed, I'm going to click on Control I. And the moment I click on Control I, it's going to activate GitHub Copilot. You can see that page. Welcome, I'm your Copilot. And then I'm going to tell it, create a calculator program. It's going to take some time. It's going to load the responses, and it's going to come with an entire line of code. All I can do is either accept that or I can discard it. So I'll just accept it. Notice some key things at this point. This is my entire line of code. I'm happy. I'm excited. AI has done this on me, so it's beautiful. Let me try running my code. I have an error. So please, can we pause it here? Can we pause the video here, please? Yes, thank you. Notice that even though I am using GitHub Copilot, it doesn't do everything for me. So for those of you who are using ChatGPT, don't carry every single thing you see on ChatGPT and do what? It don't help me do them. We hear PJ, it don't run out for me. And when I paste it there, they say, wow, this person is so intelligent. There are those flaws. Remember, you are the what? Pilot. You are not the co-pilot, oh, you are the pilot. But Copilot can help me out. And if you notice what I'm doing there, I'm telling Copilot, you have made this mistake for me, fix it yourself. And it's going to tell me what the problem is. Please go on and play the video. It's going to then give me, it's going to fix the code that it gave to me. So let's hold on for a bit. And then it has told me what the problem is. I need to take off that line, I accept it, and then I have my code. But then I'm looking through again as a pilot, and I can see some mistakes that it has made. I'm going to also correct that. You can see that bulb there. I would accept the new correction, and I can run my code. Also notice something at this point. Now I'm imputing the numbers. Help me pause it, please. Thank you. Notice at this point, it's a calculator, so I'm adding the different numbers to it. Now, it's the first digit I'm going to use. The next one is the second digit, and then the last is the operator. Notice something. Now, if I was not careful and I just went on, notice what is happening at the end. It's saying, enter the first number, enter the second number, select an operation, results giving me. Whereas it's supposed to ask at the first part, enter the first number. What would I do? Enter it. It's going to tell me again, enter the second number. I impute it. It's going to tell me, enter an operation. I would impute it before it gives me a response. But notice that the entire line came here. You are the what? You are the what? Not the co-pilot. Please go on and play the video. It has given me a correct answer, but then if I was not careful, I will pick this code, impute it somewhere, and think I've done something, and then somebody points the errors to me. That's Codex. Now let's talk about DALL-E E3, and DALL-E E3 is built on, DALL-E E3 is what is used for Microsoft's Bing image creator. How many of us have heard of that? So for the Microsoft Bing image creator, all you have to do is impute what? Can you still remember what we're imputing? That line, what do we say the line is called? A prompt. Thank you very much. It's called a prompt. And then once you impute that prompt, it gives us the response. So let's see how that works. Yes. So I'll go on to I would find that if you've updated your Bing, you would find that icon. It's a Copilot icon. For the first time, you just need to join and create, and you can sign in with your Microsoft account. The moment you sign into your Microsoft account, it takes you to this page where you just input your prompt and then it creates your image for you. For me, I want a cat close to a valley, a photo of a black cat, I think close to a valley. That was what I did there. Yes. And the moment I click on create, it's going to give me images of cats close to valleys. These are the images it came up with. I can go through them, I can download them, and I can use them for whatever I need to use it for. How many persons are going to use this? Are we going to use it? Okay, great. So this is exactly how DALL-E works. Now, remember we spoke about the collaboration between OpenAI and Microsoft. Prior to this, Microsoft had the Azure AI platform where they do all of these things. And then...
Just 1 minute. Okay. So I have taken permission in a very nice way, which is the reason why I had to speak to him. I can't just come up on his stage. We need to go to our breakout session now because of time. Now, Jaflet is also supposed to be handling this same conversation within his breakout session, which is taking your AI to the next level, right? So there are 2 other breakout sessions that would happen, and it's going to be in the other hall. Our volunteers will take you there. So I'll just let you know what the 2 are, so you would decide where you would like to go to. If you still want to continue with this conversation, please stay here, and then you can, of course, have your questions, asked to him. I know we're just trying to juggle time, right? So Jaflet will be here, which is taking your AI to the next level. He will continue with that. If you want to do continue in his session, please stay here. Then we're having James Olenia, and he's handling securing the future data privacy and security in the 4th wave. Securing the future data privacy and security in the 4th wave. If you are interested in that, breakout session will be happening there. Then we also have Joshua Dakim Solomon, who would be handling building on automated machine learning solution on Azure ML Studio. Building on automated machine learning solution on Azure ML Studio. So that would be happening, and we have our volunteer there at the back. So if you like to go to any of these 2, please just follow her and we'll have the breakout session. What is going to be continuing here will be taking your AI to the next level with Jaflet. A quick announcement again is that we've got an owner of a Ford car outside. It's kind of like screaming, the whole alarm. Someone is touching your car or something. Please, could you go out and turn it off? So the alarm is going off. It's a Ford car. If that's you, please, let's turn off the alarm. Okay, so this is where you stand up now. If you would like the other 2 sessions. I'll repeat that again. Jaflet 1, taking your AI to the next level, is here if you want to continue. Breakout session happening. Joshua Dakim Solomon is handling building on automated machine learning solution on Azure ML Studio. And the other one happening there as well by James, securing the future data privacy and security in the 4th wave. So if you're interested in all that security stuff, yeah, you should probably go there. AI, stay here. Okay, good. Thank you very much. So sorry, Jafet. Thank you. And we hope you're not just staying because you don't want to stand up. Because this is the breakout session period right now. So yeah, thank you. So where do I...
Okay, so final chance for those that want to go to the breakout room. Nobody else. Everybody's okay. Literally, almost everybody's staying. Okay, let's finish our conversation. Probably after that, you will decide to go.
No, you won't be able to go to the other breakout session. It's happening simultaneously.
Okay,
Yes.
so pick now. Anyways, let's continue. So sorry, let's go back to the other slide. I was not done with it. We just needed to. Yes. So I was talking about Azure AI, and these are the things you could do with it. Now, interestingly, Microsoft is covering everybody. Whether you are the type that loves writing code, there are some people that they love writing code, right? They don't want to do anything low code. But there are others that are business people and they don't have time to code. They just have time for the mathematics of code, of numbers, doing the accounts, whatever, data. These platforms are available for all of them. But currently, for AI solutions, we have the Open AI service. So now it's called the Azure Open AI service, which gives you the opportunity to access Open AI services within Azure. These AI services cost a lot. When using ChatGPT, you know how much you would pay for it, right? But you could have access to all of this within the platform. With Azure OpenAI, you can do lots of amazing stuff right from when you are beginning. You could decide to actually utilize it. Sorry, let me. So you could actually utilize it to create your general purpose model, which could combine of lots of things, different things coming together, and then you have a single solution. You can see the translation model, your entity recognition, sentiment analysis. These are three different things, but you could bring them together. Remember, I spoke about foundational models, right? There's a specific model, but it can be applied to what? Different scenarios. So that's an example of what it's all about. And then one part I love, which I would love to highlight, since we have less people who are conversant with programming, is that you can use this model even when you don't know how to code. That's the fourth. Within it, you have the Vision API or the Vision service. If you need to build a solution where you want your machine to be able to see, your system to be able to see, I spoke about identifying images. Your system is seeing something. That's the vision. Speech, I'm speaking, you need it to recognize or probably do something. That's the speech. Language, you need it to translate from one language to another. And then you need to make decisions to tell it, hey, in this situation, what would you do? Or when it sees XYZ, it should flag an error or do something. That's it, them. You can make decisions for us. Now, this is an example. I'll quickly run through this of the OpenAI Playground, just in case you want to check it out. And I would share, has the video started playing? And I'll share links to all of this so you can access them. So I think there's no audio. So first thing you do is the OpenAI Studio. You can see there's a playground. Is the video playing? Okay, yes. So you head over to the playground and you can see the different scenarios that you can have. The question you're asking is, what are the names of the people involved in the accident? Remember, we spoke about this, it can help summarize things in the prompts. at the beginning. So this is the OpenAI playground, and you can test out these different things. This is the classification model. You can go over. This is the codex model. You can go over and try everything out, and then it will just generate the responses for you. The different models that has been deployed, you could just head over and take a look at them. I won't talk much about those models because they are a little bit technical. So next thing are the benefits. I'll just go through these benefits. They are countless, as you have evidently seen. So I don't really need to mention a lot of them. It helps makes your work easy. It helps makes your life generally easy. That's the goal of artificial intelligence. It doesn't require you to do strenuous jobs. You just have to input your prompts, do the basics, and then it gets it out for you. And then with the large language foundation models and the large language models, you don't need to have so much data to train your solution. You already have these things that have been imputed for you. You just, with the model, utilize the model and do the amazing stuff that you need to do. Now, for those who are interested in building startups, you have a lot of these solutions available under the Microsoft for Startups Founders or program. And I'll be talking about this during the breakout session, but you have access to Azure Credit, you have access to the OpenAI models, and you can utilize them within your startup. So if you're a business person and you probably want to have startups, you want to build a company, you should check out the Founders Hub program. How many of us here are startup founders or would be future startup founders? Okay. Future or currently? Would be. Okay. Nice. These are other links that are going to help you. Generative AI, you could try out all of these links. For those who are students, you could utilize that link, the fourth, for the Azure for Students subscription, which gives you access to Azure Credit to test out all of these solutions. And then for those who just want to get started to understand a lot of these things I spoke about, you have the generative AI training and curriculum that you can utilize. For those who are students or your younger ones who are students, they should try out the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors program. It's an amazing program. I was once a Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador before I joined Microsoft. And we have a lot of Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors among the volunteers. A lot of them are having sessions. You get to hear from them. So you can encourage them to join the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors program. So at this point, let's transition a little bit into our breakout session. And for our breakout session, we wanted to take a look at all of these things a little in depth. Sorry, if the media team, can they probably help me with the USB dongle so I can use for my demo? If they can hear me, and I mentioned earlier, but let's do an introduction first. Great. So we're speaking about GitHub Copilot. We've seen how it works. I actually wanted to show you, much more in depth how to utilize this amazing tool. And then another thing, these are some of the great things it does. So if you're a programmer, you can, do faster work with this. You can be more productive and you can even have more satisfying work. I have 2 demos for this session. I'm also looking at time. So I have a question for everybody, right? Would you want me to do the programming demo or the non-programming demo? Okay, those in favor of the programming demo say aye. Those who don't want me to do, I think the first was the programming I mentioned, the non-programming. Okay, so it's confusing. It's like 50-50. Okay, so let's quickly run through both of them. So what I'm going to do, I have already created this, and I'm just going to head over to File, click here. And for the sake of time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the last demo I did and just do it again for everyone to see. So just open up that folder. And if you notice, like I mentioned earlier, this was the entire line of code. These are the different parts of the entire application that we created. This is the point where we have to write our code, right? So let's do something else. Let me just create a new file within this, and I'll name this test. Now, with GitHub Copilot, like I mentioned earlier, I can just tell it what to do. So can someone tell us what we can create, what we need to create? Something very simple. Nobody? Okay, so let me go on. Control I, and then I just impute. Now notice that not only can this be used to build an entire solution. Sorry, can we see it? Okay, I just have to settings. So I don't strain us. I guess it should be better now. Is it? Okay, great. So create an application that collects users' first name and last name. Now, like I was saying, not only can this help you when you need to create an entire solution, but when within your code you need to do something, it can understand. So this is the entire script. Please enter your first name, please enter your last name, and then it's going to provide these details for us. I'm going to accept it, or I can discard at any point in time. I can also decide to reload it or refresh. And what it's going to do is going to provide some new lines of code for me. But for the sake of time, I'll just accept this. And let's see. So let's try running it again. We still have some errors because, so notice we'll have some errors, right? I'm not going to run the next build. What I would do is, you can see this bulb over here. I click on it and I say, it's giving me some of the ideas that I can use to make that work better. So I click on it and it's changing everything for me. I can click on anyone and then it just continues changing it. But I don't have to do that. I know what the problem is. So let me just head over and get it done myself. Save this. Show the audio. And then hopefully it works at this time. So let's fix this using Copilot. And we have some new changes to that. Let's see where else we'll have the light bulb. Okay, let's try it out this time. And still some errors. So we'll just have to do this a couple of times. Let's see what is Copilot. True. So for those who are programming, they can relate with this, right? And if it flags an error, we'll probably leave it for some time. Okay, still flagging some errors. So basically what it's going to do is generating our code for us. And as you can see, we still have to go through the code to identify some things that are wrong with the code and correct a lot of those mistakes. Now, let's quickly dive into the next thing I wanted to. So we've spoken about GitHub Copilot, and we said it's that generation. Interestingly, we had a demo earlier where it works. So next, we'll just head over and talk about, move it here, the AI features within Power Platform. We've spoken about the AI features, Power Apps, Copilot, a lot of the co-pilots earlier, Mrs. Jumoke and her co-presenters spoke about all of those. And we had some demos about this. But here's some cool things about the AI and low code. It has been estimated that by the year 2024, which is next year, more than 65% of the applications that would be developed would actually be low code. So for those who don't write code, this is actually some interesting things you need to take note of, that it's a promising field and you just need to understand a lot of these things. Majority of the things we do now are based off generative AI. So all of those prompts include, generative AI they were used to build these generative AI models. And it's estimated that by 2025, we'll have 10% of this data will be generated by generative AI platforms. Currently, it's just around 1% of that. Now, what role would artificial intelligence have to play with this? With AI, within Microsoft's Power Platform, it's really easy for you to do all of the things you need to do, from creating applications or doing your automations, from your boards, heading over to create your site. 5 different parts of Power Platform. I guess they mentioned it: Power Apps, Power BI, Power Automate, Power Pages for the website side of things. And then which am I forgetting? Power Apps, Power Automate, Power BI, Power Pages, Power Virtual Agents. Thank you very much. So it's pretty easy for you to do all of these things with the power of artificial intelligence. And so you don't need to think much about all of these things, right? You can input your prompts and artificial intelligence will literally create every single thing for you. Before we do something else, do we have any questions based off everything I've been saying? I didn't leave some time for questions earlier. Questions around AI, questions around what we have been speaking about. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you. So Bing, I've tried using it quite some time ago. Yeah, but I noticed that the images that it usually generates are not quite, I don't know, specific to what I asked. For example, I said to generate logos, but then it gives something else that's not related to what I gave it. Is it because it's not paid version or something, or is it free like that? Or is it that it's still learning, you know?
Okay, great. Great question. So remember we spoke about prompts. How many of you still remember prompts? Prompts are things you tell it to do, right? For it to generate the right things for you, you have to readjust your prompts. So you telling it, I don't know how you put it, but if, for example, I'm saying, create a logo for me, then it's like you going to meet a designer and saying, create a logo for me. And the designer is like, okay, what is your company about? What colors? Okay, sometimes designers come up with the colors, but what colors? How do you want it to be? What are the things you like? All of those questions, and then before they create your logo for you. So one mistake we make a lot of times is when we're coming up with our prompts, we just feel include one line and it will understand. A lot of times you can explain the entire scenario to it. So XYZ person, I probably do this and I want to create or write this article based off this. Just explain the entire scenario and then to try to understand it and make it work. So probably you could try with some better prompts and then it could come up with something for you. Any other question? Okay.
Sorry, so for this co-pilot thing, like, do you get it installed on the software? Like the one for this GitHub Copilot, I think, yeah, it's for VS Code. You get it installed as an extension, and the one for what's it called? For this Microsoft PowerPoint and the rest. So, do you get it installed on software, or it's just there?
Great question. So for GitHub Copilot, you need to install it as you have seen. It's an extension, like I mentioned. You have to install it on your computer. But for services that are based online, like Microsoft 365, you have the Copilot online. So for example, for your Power Platform, PowerPoint slides now, you have on PowerPoint the Copilot. You also have on Microsoft Word the Copilot that you could utilize, and it generates all of those things for you. You just include your prompts, and then it will generate an article or whatever you need to. For the Power Platform, where we have Power Platform Copilot, all you have to do is impute the different prompts. It's online, so you have to impute the different prompts. Hey, Power Automate, create an automation to send emails to XYZ, and it will do that for you. Did I answer your question? Okay, great. Any other question?
My name is Tim Dope. I was going to ask, is the Copilot, the GitHub Copilot, is it available on other platforms like on Python and all other coding apps?
So currently we only have GitHub Copilot for GitHub. They are not currently, I don't know, it's not accessible on other platform. I don't know if it's going to come in future, probably. I don't know. But currently we only have GitHub Copilot. Does that answer your question? Great. So what I'm going to do is we're going to head. Any other questions? Sorry. We understand everything was spoken about. at this point, right? Great. So I'll head over and quickly open up my browser and I'll show you what this Copilot feature looks like in the different platforms. Unfortunately, we'll not be able to do any demo based off this, but I'll just show you what you can do. Let's bring this up. Okay, while we're waiting for this to come up, let me just... Is it up yet? No. So we're waiting for the media team to help bring that screen up. Okay. So I just guess I'll have to drag this here. Can we see it? Is it readable? Can we see it? Okay, I guess we just have to stick with this because of time. So this is the Power Apps portal where you can create your applications. I'm not going to explain much about it, but you notice a new feature now that's at the top there. All you need to do is just input your what? Your prompt. So create an application that does XYZ for me, and it's going to do that. I'm also going to show you what that looks like within Power Automate. Oops, I would have to sign in, so let's come here. And then when you open up that page, it's also going to have a similar interface like that has the Copilot icon coming up at the top. So let's try out with Power Automate and see how it goes. So let me just say create an automated flow to send emails, something simple. So what I did, sorry, I didn't tell you what I was typing. I said, create an email to send to people, an automated flow that sends email to people in my organization. Now notice the first thing it has. Let me drag back. It's very difficult. So let's do this. Great. And I guess we should be able to see it now. So these are the two things it does. So something that makes it get started, that starts the flow. When an email arrives on my Office 365, I'll be using Outlook within Office 365, my email address, it should send an email. And then what I'm going to do is just click next. It's going to connect to that platform, my Outlook, and I can go on to create a flow with this. It's going to create a flow. I can go on to modify the flow and impute all of that things, as you can see at the right side of it. That's an example of how you can utilize it. If you go over to Power Virtual Agents, key things, don't forget, impute your prompts, and then it will go over to create a lot of those things for you. Now, the last thing I wanted to talk about is the Microsoft for Startup Founders Hub program. Okay, you all can see it. And again, for those who are looking to build startups, I want to talk a little bit more about this program. So the Founders Hub program, for those who have ideas and they want to bring those ideas to life, you can utilize the Founders Hub program. You have a lot of things that can help you out when doing this. You have access to a lot of these opportunities. You have access to open AI services. You have access to things like LinkedIn ads, LinkedIn recruiter, and a lot of those things. And then you could even have access to up to 150,000 of Azure credits. It's divided into different stages. So these are the different stages. The first is the ideation phase. You are just this person that has an idea you want to work with, but you've not developed anything. When you join, that's the first point, and you have 1,000 Azure credits for free that you can utilize. You now want to develop a solution. You can transition to the next point and have 2,000. When you grow and probably now have customers, that's the third phase, and you need to scale, you could get up to 150,000 of Azure credits. So for those who are startups, and a lot of times startups struggle, a lot of time they have to pay for a lot of these services, you should try out the Microsoft for Startups Founders Hub. Plus, aside this, you have access to engineering support. So people who can help you out, technical issues. When you get to the second level, when you started building your solutions, and then right from point one, you have what we call the expert network, experienced people, professionals, MVPs, RODs, professional people who understand this system and can help you out. This is the link. Oops, I forgot I'm not using this. So this is the link to Founders Hub. Take note of it and check it out too. Any final questions? I know we're... Okay, stop.
Sorry for taking you back. Popola is my name. This co-pilot, is it the same as that of the one we listen to in the morning? Or is it another installable application to use? I mean, co-pilot for GitHub and co-pilot for M365.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So it's the same Copilot. We have Copilot for the version on GitHub that can be used on VS Code or can be used on Visual Studio. And then you have for Microsoft 365, you also have another Copilot for it. Right? That can be used across all 365 tools and services, Office, Office tools, Power Platform, and things like that.
Do they require a particular subscription level, or it is available on all subscription levels?
So at this time, you can, if you need to, for some of you, when you go over to your Microsoft 365 developer account, you might not see it because it's restricted to certain environments, certain regions, sorry, not environment. You would need to change your region to US, and I think Sometime it was around moving to UK or something like that. But I'm very sure of US. You change your region to US and you can test it out for free there. There's definitely the paid version, but I don't have details about the paid version. You know, there's a team that specifically focuses on the paid version and how you can utilize it. So yeah, definitely you can try them out. The Microsoft 365 developer accounts. I'm not talking about a lot of these things because I know last year we spoke about them. A lot of you already probably have idea of these things. If you don't, you can reach out to any of us and we'll show you how to create Microsoft 365 developer accounts and start testing out these things. Something else I also love to recommend is at the end of this program, please don't let everything that you have learned just go away. As it's going on, think of scenarios that you can apply it with the little things you do. It could be sending that email. Remember, I spoke about GitHub Copilot. I said more than 88% of engineers are now more productive because they don't have to deal with those repetitive tasks that they have to do a lot of times. Everything is covered for them. So think of those things. What is that thing I can do that is repetitive? Looking at that Excel sheet, you have Copilot now. It's going to help you create your flow. Thank you. Another question. Okay.
So I want to ask for this Founders Hub, what's the requirement to join? And does it require us to, make some maybe payments or something anyhow? And also, does it cover the paid version of GitHub Copilot? Because I know that for one to be more productive using GitHub Copilot, you have to use the paid version.
Okay, so
sorry, just before you respond, please, we're just the others are coming from the other hall to join us here. That's the reason why. So we're extending the questions because we're getting them to come in first. And then I would really appreciate if we can all just move forward because we would need to take a group photograph. So just move forward where you are, and then we'll take another one again here, and we'll be wrapping up the session. But please respond to the question. Thank you.
Okay, great. So for Copilot, it's an extension. Can you hear me? So for Copilot, it's an extension that you can utilize to do whatever you need to do, right? You don't have to pay for the Copilot, except there is a specific version known as Copilot for Business. That's if you're an organization now and you're using it across, but if you're an individual, you have access to a lot of these things. And then I don't know much about the paid parts because I'm not selling a product to you. I'm not selling Copilot or Startup Founders Hub to you. No, I'm telling you the things that are free that you could utilize. So for Startup Founders Hub, you're not paying anything. You are getting access to all of these things for free. Azure credits, LinkedIn, a lot of those subscriptions, you're getting them for free. Okay? As long as you have, let me just go back to that slide. Sorry. Let me go back to that slide. I did, as long as you have an idea. Oh, it's not coming up in the screen. I thought it was. As long as you have an idea, you have access to Azure credits right from that point. Submit your proposal. Hey, this is the idea I have. You're giving access to the platform, and you can just go on to grow from there.
Okay, thank you. Another question.
Okay, good afternoon. I wanted to ask, are there any other use cases for Copilot? Because I personally don't use Copilot. I use ChatGPT sometimes, but it writes code in a somewhat antiquated manner sometimes. So I really use it to write unit tests and create schemas or something. I wanted to know, are there any other use cases for it besides what you just showed us?
You're talking about, sorry, let me get a question.
No, in terms of writing code, any other use case that I had not considered? I want to know if there's any one you recommend. For
within Copilot.
Yes.
Okay, so because it's installed as an extension within the IDE, the programming environment, it can be utilized within that environment. So when you say other use cases, can you explain a little bit
No,
about that?
I give examples like writing schemas, for example, or maybe just boilerplate code for my. So I'm like any other thing that you use it for.
So I use it for majorly code. I don't have an idea about that, but it's something that you could try out. And it's something that probably we could continue that conversation, and I could ask more questions about that. But I've not used it for that before.
Oh, okay. No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, and you probably can test it out definitely. Okay, so sorry, Mr. Samuel has a better response to that. Okay.
A better response, yes.
So you can actually use it to write test cases as well. Okay, so test cases, you're talking about Copilot specifically. Okay, so will you be surprised if I tell you that most of my slides that I did was done by Copilot? Yeah. Yes. Almost all the content. Good. So yeah, so you can do schemas, you can do test cases. Now, for prompt engineering, right? It's always good to give Copilot context before you even ask any questions. If you're able to give it context, they can literally do anything. You can even let Copilot do UML for you using UML Planet. So pretty much it's endless because it has the knowledge. And with GPT-4 now, you can now generate images directly from Copilot using DAL. You don't need to do the prompt and copy and take it to Midjourney or DAL, but now you can do all that in Copilot. So it's not just writing code. You can do schema, you can do code tests, you can do pretty much a lot of things. So just try it out.
Okay, thank you. Right? Are we good? A round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much. Okay. We're fast. I mean, we're already at the end of today's session. I've been trying to get us to just move forward. Please, if there's a seat just before you, just please move forward so we can just quickly do some pictures. There are other breakout sessions that should have happened after this. Yes? You have a question? Do you want to? Yeah.
I'm so sorry about that. My name is Jonathan. Thank you very much for that session. I am a virtual reality enthusiast, so I would want to know, are there ways that your Copilot can be leveraged to make VR creations better, like to get? If you understand what I'm saying.
In terms of, are you talking about coming up with the code side of things, or?
Yeah, I mean, generally, anyhow, it can be used to make the VR thing better. Anyhow, it can be leveraged there.
So I haven't tried that out yet.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. But I'm sure it can work.
All right. All right.
So yes.
Yes, you can. I don't know if you're VR, do you use Unity? Unreal? Yes. So Unity, there is an unofficial plugin for GPT in Unity that you can actually use to create the code. Aside that, I don't know if you've heard about Luma AI, which you can actually use to create virtual scenes from just describing them. You can actually also do Midjourney, describing characters you want, taking them to Luma AI, and that will create your 3D models, and you can import the 3D models into your Unreal or whatever you're using. So yes, it's possible.
Could answer the question. Thank you very much. Any other question?
I think we're good for now. Do you want to meet him after? Should I? Okay, should I take her question? Yes? Females have it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the consideration. I was away when the question, when you were checking the session on AI. However, I have a question with respect to prompts. To build a career around prompt engineering and whole, what is your take on that, please? What is your tips? What are the tips that can be applied in building a career around prompt engineering? Thank you.
Great. So at this time, at times go on, as times go on, some specific career paths develop, as it grows and things start improving. At this time, prompt engineering is maybe not a very, very popular thing, like a specific. It's something that will come up in future. Just definitely you could try it out for whatever scenarios you're working on, whatever ideas you're working on. But yes, definitely in future, it's something that will go on and become much more bigger.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause for Jafflet. Did really, really great. Okay, so we are wrapping this up right now. Thank you so much for being patient. I know most of us are tired, but we're learning a lot. And we're going to be back here again tomorrow. I promise you the event will begin 9 a.m. sharp. Like 9 a.m. Wait, should I make that promise? Yes. Okay. So it's going to begin 9 a.m. sharp. So part of the breakout sessions that we're supposed to have today, we will do that tomorrow. So apologies again for the, drag. We will finish on time tomorrow. So this is Mr. Jonah trying to capture us, looking serious, right? So that's what he's doing right now. And then after that, we will come on the stage and take another one so we could get this, yeah, you know what that is. And then I'll drop this down as well. So that's what he's doing. Okay. We are good. Okay, fantastic. Please, can I get us to stand on the stage? Can someone please help me with the... Sorry? It's actually, no, it's not actually. It's just... Thank you. So to have the speakers in front, if you're a speaker, please just stay in front. The rest of us, just go behind the speakers or beside. Yes, so so we just arrange ourselves here. Jonah, could you give directions on where are you? You're good? You want him to move forward? Okay, MJ, can we ask you to move forward? MJ, please move forward. MJ, please move forward. Yes. I need to hand this over to you. And this to you as well. Okay, please, if you're upstairs as well, please join us. If you're part of... Oh, please. So can we carve? Like... Do you want anyone on the stairs? Okay, so you can stand on, yeah. I am going to be. I'm probably just going to stay here. Is this good? Can you capture all those? Let's do this. Yeah. Okay. Well, you can do your selfies now. Thank you very much. Well done to everyone. We'll see you again tomorrow by 9 a.m. We'll begin sharply and on time. I may not be your host tomorrow. May not be. Okay. Oh, just the speakers. Please, the speakers alone on the stage. If you're not a speaker, please could you come down? I'm not sure if the MC is a speaker, considering, but thank you. Just the speakers, please, with the organizers. Okay, if you're representing, I'm joking now. Thank you very much. This is me taking a bow. Probably not hear my voice again on the mic. God bless you all. I mean, for today, you hear it another time, hopefully. Let's see. Just for today. Take care, everyone. God bless you and have a good day. Bye.